In this course, you will learn how to create truly responsive apps in Bubble that will function and look perfectly across all devices, from desktop to mobile. First, we are going to cover some theory you need to know in order to understand what's going on and how the responsive in Bubble is working. After the theory, we are going to work on two projects in order to learn by doing rather than by watching. The first project will be to build a complete landing page using Bubble and a Figma design that I'm going to provide you. And after this landing page, we will be moving on to project number 2, which is to build a complete dashboard with a navigation system, a sidebar, and several tabs. For these two projects, we will be using both Bubble and Figma, and I'm going to provide you two Figma designs for the landing page and for the dashboard. This course is perfect for you if you are a beginner on Bubble and want to discover how to make your app responsive, or if you are already familiar with Bubble but are struggling with Bubble Responsive Engine. You do not need to be a pro at Bubble. We will be going step by step and as slow as possible to make sure that everything is clear and accessible for you. The course is divided into 3 sections: the fundamentals, in which we will cover a bit of theory on how the responsive is working on Bubble and the key concept you need to understand in order to make sure to master the responsive engine. Then, in the second part, we'll move on to the landing page project, in which we'll be building a complete landing page from A to Z and we'll make it responsive. Finally, we'll move on to the big project, which is to build a complete dashboard with a multi-tab navigation system, a sidebar, and all that completely responsive. By the end of this course, not only will you be able to understand Bubble Responsive Engine and work with it, you will also be able to take a Figma design and convert it into a Bubble app that is fully functional and fully responsive. But before starting, let me introduce myself. My name is Thomas. I've been a Bubble developer for 4 years now, and I've specialized in front-end development on Bubble. I'm the founder of NoCodeable and NoCodeable Component, which is one of the most used UI library for Bubble. It has a bit more than 350 components, so I spent a lot of time building with Bubble. Apart from this, I've launched several businesses using Bubble, such as Loca, that I sold a few weeks ago, and Imoca, my most recent project, which is a scraper for real estate in France. Learning Bubble is a challenging task. So if you are stuck, feel free to send me an email, I will be happy to reply. But you can also check out Bubble's forum, on which you will find a lot of answers, and you can also ask questions, and people will most likely reply to you. And don't forget, learning Bubble is a challenging task. It requires practice and patience. So if you ever feel stuck or discouraged, take a deep breath, take a break, and come back to it later. You will see that with some perseverance, practice, and patience, you will master this concept in no time. Flexbox is a CSS layout model used in a lot of websites across the web. In Bubble, the responsive engine is based on Flexbox principles. So we are going to cover some of them, the most important one and the most used in Bubble, in order to really understand them, to have the keywords and all you need to know in order to go forward in Bubble. In Bubble, the most common and frequently used elements are the groups. They are similar to divs in HTML and they act as containers for other elements. And in Bubble, each group has a container layout. There are 4 of them: fixed, row, column, and align to parents. They have their own behavior and you need to understand which is doing what. The two most common are the column and the row. As you can see on the screen, the column layout will stack the elements vertically from top to bottom. So each dark blue rectangle here is a group inside of another group, and they are stacked vertically from top to bottom because the group is in column. Now, if we take a look at the row, we can see that now the elements are put next to each other horizontally from left to right. And the two other ones are the align to parent, which give you some more control on the placement of the elements inside the groups. And then you will also see the fixed, which is by essence not responsive, so we are not going to use it, almost. In my case, I almost never use it, so just know that it is here, but know that this is by default not responsive. There are also another property that is really important on groups, and this one is the container alignment. It is very important because this is what controls the placement of the elements inside of a group. And there are in Bubble 5 types of container alignment. The first one is the start alignment. this will place the element inside of the container at the beginning of the container. So this will depend on the direction and the type of layout of the container. So with an element start, if the container is set to colon, the element will be aligned to the top of the container, so its beginning. And if the container is set to row, the elements will go to the left of the container. Similarly to this, we will find the alignment center and the alignment end. The center alignment, like the name suggests, will send the element to the center of the container without any space at all if you don't set a gap in the container. The alignment end will send the element inside the container at the end of this container. So if the container is set to colon, the element will be sent to the bottom of the group, and if the container is set to row, the element will be sent to the right of the group. And finally, the last two ones, the space around and the space between. Space around is a bit trickier to understand. Basically, space around places the element in a way that guarantees that each element has the same space around as the other element. If we take a look at this example, we can see that on the left, I have a space, this one, and we can see that I can find the same space here and here. So basically this one is cut in half in the middle, and then we have the same space on the left of this group and on the right, and similarly here we have the same space on the right and on the left. This is not a very oftenly used one, but you should know about it. But the one you are going to use more often is the space between, because this one maximizes the space between each element in the container. So it's a great option if you want to send an element on the far end, on the far left, of a group, and another element on the far right of a group. So if you want to space out element. So this one will be using quite often, and in some cases. So this is a good one to know, and that's it. Okay, so now that we know this, each time you are building a page on Bubble and you want to make it responsive, you need to make sure of one thing, is that you set a container layout and a page layout. Meaning that, yes, the container layouts, have layouts, as we can see, the layout panel, here, column, but the page also has a layout, and you need to make sure that it is set either to colon, row, or align to parent, depending on your case, but it should not be set to fixed. If you set it to fixed, by essence, it will not be responsive. Alright, so now that we covered the basics with the alignments and the container layouts, we are going to cover another basic, but that you need to really understand because it is very important, and it is the width and height constraints. What are they? They are basically the min and max width and height that you can set on a container or an element. Okay, so now that we know about the min and max width and height, we need to understand how these properties affect the responsiveness of elements. Basically, in Flexbox, components and elements have two types of things they can do. They can expand, become bigger, larger, or they can shrink, become smaller. The thing is that when an element cannot shrink anymore because it doesn't have enough space available, and that it cannot become smaller, it will go to the next line, so at the bottom of the other elements that are next to him. And this is why the min width is very important, more than the min height. If we take a look at this example, the two columns full width, which is the pattern that you will encounter most often for hero section in the landing page, which are the big section with an image on the right and some text on the left, we can see that I don't have any conditional on them, you can see here, but I do have 280 pixels of min width. So basically what's going to happen is that when I'm going to shrink the page, the elements are going to shrink. So we can see on the right here, the page is 7,400 pixels width, and the element itself is 308. So I can shrink, and when the element cannot shrink anymore because the min width of 280 pixels becomes too high, there we go to the next line. So basically that's the most important thing you need to understand when you're working with responsive pattern like this one. So you have to set the correct min width in order to make the container behave like you want. Of course, we are going to cover this a bit deeper when we will start working on our first project on the landing page, and also for the dashboard, we'll be working with this. But this is the main thing that you need to understand, that the min width here is your best ally. And in the case where you need to make the group collapse earlier, what you can do is use conditionals. So for example, let's say that I want the left group to become the top group when the page is 768 pixels. So let's imagine that I have an image, the image is too big, and I want to make sure that it collapses soon enough when the page shrinks. What I can do is simply add a conditional, and let's say that the current page width is less than or equal to 768, which is the default breakpoint in Bubble for mobile landscape, which is a big fun, basically. So I'm going to say that, and I'm going to edit the minimum width of the element. The goal here is to make sure that this group on the left has a min width that is way too high to enable the two groups to be next to each other horizontally. And how could we do this? Well, I could go ahead and set a high value of 600 pixels, but this is a hard-coded value. So if the page becomes smaller than 600 pixels in width, then the group will overflow, and that's not what I want. What I can do is set this to %, set this to 100%, and then when I'm going under, you can see here the page width, and I'm going under 768, what's going to happen is that the group is now going to take 100% of its container, which will not let enough space for the second group to be on the same line than the one, and therefore it will collapse here. So I can really control when I want it to collapse with this. If I want to say, let's say 992, I can do the same thing, and then I control my group like I want to. So this is why the min width is a very important notion, maybe the most important one, because it really gives you the control on the groups and when you want them to collapse or how you want them to behave from a responsive perspective. So now that we're done with the theory, we are going to move on to the practice. What we are going to do is that we are going to recreate and build a complete landing page on Bubble based on a Figma design. So if you don't already have one, make sure to create a Figma account. This is entirely free, or at least we will not be using any paid functionality. And then you can go into the link that I've inserted in the resources under this video and click on Open in Figma and select a profile if you have one. And then this will take you to the Figma app or in the browser if you don't have the app. So this file is a free file that you can find on the Figma community. It has been made by Picolab Studio, so shout out to them. And as we can see in the license agreement and terms of use, you cannot resell this project as is or use it in the paid UI kit. However, you can use it for a personal or commercial project. So if you want to use this design for your SaaS project or any other project, you're fine. Okay, so before jumping on Bubble, we are going to take a look at the Figma file and make sure to analyze it to see how we are going to structure our Bubble landing page and what we are going to take from this file. So first, of course, let's take a look at what the design looks like. So we can go take a look in the high fidelity, and we can see that we have several sections. So I'm just going to remove the layout grid here and there. So we can see that we have some layout grids. You can remove them by selecting the frame and going at the bottom right of your page and click either the show icon with the eye, or you can completely remove it, and then you can Ctrl Z if you want to add it again. So as you can see, we have several sections. So first, the hero section. Then we can move on to the product benefit. So we have two sections with this. We can see that it is some grid pattern that we discussed earlier. We have a 3 column here and a 2 column here with just a simple header on top. Same here, one more grid, as we can see. Then we have a 2 column grid as well, same as one of the patterns that we focused earlier. Then we have one more 2 column grid with some tabs, and then some testimonial as well with a simple carousel, and then a pricing section and a CTA and a footer, of course. So this is what we are going to build for the landing page. For the dashboard on the second section, We will be using this design as well, but we will be adding some other tabs, such as a table and other things like that. We will not be doing all the tabs, but some common pattern that you need to master in order to be able to reproduce this kind of design. Now, another really important thing that you are going to use and get from this design is the design style, or the style guide. It is also called that. What we can see in this style guide is that we have the color palettes for both the primary, the success, error, warning, etc. And we are going to use this color in order to build the style guide in our bubble app. This is very important. It takes a bit of time to do because we have to do it manually, but in this case, I'm going to provide to you a bubble template that you can duplicate, in which I will have already imported all this palette and all this text style. But this is really important. This is a good practice, and in my opinion, the best practice and something you need to master, which are the styles variable and the color variables in Bubble. So we will be doing that as well. Okay, so before jumping into Bubble, we are going to take a few minutes to really analyze the Figma design for the landing page and see how each section, more or less, is structured. So we are going to use some colors in order to see the structure of each element and see how we are going to build that into Bubble. So first, I'm going to remove the layer grid, so I can go into the view here and uncheck layer grid. And now I'm going to lock each section, because I'm going to add some colors. So let's start with the hero section. We can see that we have two more or less parts in this hero section, which are the text part here. So I'm going to add some color here, which is this one. I'm going to up and up. So this is the first part, the first group in which we are going to place the text. And then the other group as well is obviously the image we can see under this. So these two groups will need to be placed into a column container. Why? Because they are stacked vertically on top of each other. So this will be our group. Let's put it in blue, for example. And there we go. So we have our main group here, the column container, which will contain the two groups in red in a column, and then we will be able to set some gap between the two elements. So that's for the hero section. So now let's take a look at the product benefits section. So the first one, we can see already that it is more or less built into Figma because it uses a layout system which is quite similar to what we see more or less everywhere. So we can see that we have the first section here. I'm just going to take this. Figma lets me. There we go. We have the first section, which is the text section, more or less. I'm going to call this like that. So the why use panel, etc., which is one section in itself, which is placed on top of the grid. So we have this one. Then under this, we have a grid, which is a row container that contains three other elements. I'm going to duplicate this. And there we go. So we have a first element here. I'm going to duplicate it. We have then a second one, and then we have a third one. So basically, and then we have obviously a big column container that contains both of them with some gap between them. So basically, this is what is going to be responsive. So we have the first one, a column gap, and then we have a row container that contains three other elements. So basically, all we need to do in this case, the most important part in terms of responsiveness here is the grid here with the three columns. So how does this behave responsively? Well, as we can see, I think it's this one, we can see that they just jump on the bottom of each other. So basically what we need to do, if we remember what we said earlier, in this case, we simply have to put a min width on each of these elements so that when the page becomes smaller, narrower, well, each element goes to the bottom of each other automatically and that we don't have to use any condition. So that's basically how we are going to build this. Okay, so now if we take a look at the second benefit section, which is slightly different from the one on top, we can see that we have, same as before, a top group, which is more or less the same. Oops, sorry. I need to take this to front, bring to front. We have this section, which is the first one, which is on top of the others. Okay. Then we have another group, which is a row container that contains both the left part and the right part. And then we have another one, which is the group on the left, which is here, that only contains the 3 groups here, which are in themselves 2 row groups for the icon on the left and then the text on the right, which are grouped into a column. So basically that's how this will behave, and then we have the image on the right. So basically what we need to do is to build this group, set a min width on it, same as this one, and then automatically when the page gets narrower, this one will stay on top and the other one will go below the other one because it doesn't have the space to shrink anymore. That's basically it, and then the other sections are more or less all the same, because as we can see, there are only grids, which is the most common pattern that you will find when building a landing page or any other thing. If we take a look at the dashboard that we are going to attack, then we can see that we have a grid here with a group on the right with all the information, but we also have a grid here. All these 3 are grouped, and then we have this one here, so this one will go below the other one when the page gets narrower. So that's basically how it works. So that's pretty much it for the analysis of the Figma design. Now we are going to start to import the style guide into our bubble app. Alright, so first thing I did is that I imported this color scheme into my bubble app. So I did not record it because it's pretty tedious and manual. There is no automated way to do this in Bubble, but it's a really good practice and it's, I think, really beneficial to do it because this will help you maintain a consistent design and a consistent color scheme across your whole app. And if you want to make changes to the color of your app for some reasons, then you simply have to update the color variables because that's what we are going to use when we are building your design. So if you don't want to take the time doing this, you will find in the links under this video the template for the design style with all the color variables and all the element styles variable imported already into the Bubble app so that you can focus on building and not importing all this. So second thing I did is that I also imported the text styles, which are a way to make sure that all our text will be looking the same and will have the same behavior across the whole app. So once again, a very tedious and repetitive and boring task, so I did not record it. But once again, if you don't want to do it by hand, feel free to download the template that I'm going to paste below, so that you don't have to do it and that you can use this template instead. And last but not least, I finally imported the button styles, which are going to be used throughout the whole app, so make sure to do it as well. I imported all the buttons except the minimal buttons because we won't be using them much, and if we do, we'll do them later. But I imported the small, medium, and large, as you can see. And the important thing to note is that at no time for the color, I'm not using a variable. I'm always using color variables, so if you can see here, primary contrast, primary 500, etc. This means that all the colors are dynamic and are taken from the styles variable list. So at some point, if I want to change the color of my app, if I want to change the color scheme and put, for example, a blue instead of the purple that we have now, I can do that directly in the style variables, and this will be updated into the whole app. So you need to be using these features. This is how you get consistent and professional design in Bubble. Alright, so enough with the boring tasks. Let's get started on actually building something in Bubble. So let's take a new page. I'm going to do this on the index. That's most likely what you are going to do with the landing page. So make sure first to set a container layout on your page. By default, this will be set to fixed if you just created the page. So make sure that it is set to colon or row or align to parent depending on what you want to build. Most of the time this will be colon. So make sure to set this. I'm going to remove the row cap for now. Make sure to set this like this so that it can be responsive. So we are going to be starting by the hero section. We will not be building yet the navigation header. We'll do that later on because it's a bit trickier to build and I want us to see a few things before that. So let's start by adding our first group to the page. So how I like to build things like this is that I add 2 groups for a section. The first group will be the outer wrapper, which is the wrapper that is outside and that take the full width of the page regardless of the size of the page. Into this group, we will have another group that will be the inner wrapper that will be used to constrain the element inside of the group so that they don't expand too much when the page gets very wide. For example, on the second screen, people can have very wide screens, and we don't want the page to expand too much because it will be not very nice. So let's rename our group section-hero outer. Alright, so that will be our outer group, and then I'm going to add another group into it, which will be the inner. Hero inner. Paf, there we go. So let's start by setting some padding and some background color. So let's go back to our Figma and see what the background color is. So this is secondary 700. So let's add a background color on the outer group, and let's set it to secondary 700, which is this one. There we go. Now we can add some padding, as we can see on the top, on the left, and on the right. So I'm going to set 80 pixels on top, and let's say 48 and 48. These are some basic values, so as we can see, it's not too bad. And now we can start adding our text element. So we will be adding our first group inside the hero inner. So this is the group that will hold our text elements. So the title, the subtitle, and the buttons. Yep, there we go. So this will be set to colon because each text is on top of the others. So this is a colon layout. So let's start by adding the big text, which we can see is 72, font size 72, it's bold plus Jakarta, and it has 150 of line height and minus 3% of letter spacing. These are some important parameters, especially for big titles. For the other part, you won't be using it too much, except for the line height. So let's add a text inside the group. Let's set it to heading 1, and then we can set it to 72. Add a white color. Line spacing, we had 1.5, and letter spacing, we had -3. There we go. And now we will be removing the fit width to content because we want this text to take the whole width of the container it is in. There we go. And now we can go and take the text. So Ctrl+C. I can paste it. Figma does this weird trick where it adds a line break, sorry. So I'm going to remove it. There we go. And now I'm going to center this text like this. And there we go. Right. So how we can see on the Figma file, we have a max width on this text because it is only taking 748 pixels of width. So what we are going to do is we are going to add a max width on the inner group, on the group that contains the title and the subtitle. So 748 pixels. And as we can see, since the group hero inner is set to alignment start, the group isn't centered anymore. So I'm just going to add horizontal alignment center so that it keeps centered. All right, so now I can add another text inside of it, which will be our subtitle. So if we take a look at this regular type 24, 150 line height and -2%. So there we go. And it's in a secondary color. So I'm going to take in my style 23 points because I don't have 24. Gray 400 regular, I think. Yep, that's a regular. I'm going to center it. I'm going to take the text from Figma. I'm going to paste it here. Same as before, we have a line break that I'm going to remove. And there we go, that looks pretty much like it. We are just going to update the line spacing, which was 150, and the letter spacing, which was -2. So 150 and letter spacing -2. And yep. Yeah, we have a line break here that I'm going to add. So that it is the same. All right. That looks pretty much like it. Jakarta 124, 150, -2. looks okay. All right. So now we can move on to adding our buttons. So I'm going to add another group. There we go. I'm just going to put it in the right things. So hero buttons. There we go. So since the two buttons are next to each other horizontally, I'm going to set the container layout to row. And I'm going to add some gap between each button. Let's say 16 in column gap and 16 in row gap as well. Now I can take a button. I'm going to add some of the styles I added earlier. So primary large, sorry. This one says get a free demo, and the other one says see pricing. So get a free demo. Now I'm going to duplicate it. So Command plus D. And I'm going to set it to secondary large, which will be see pricing. There we go. Now I want this button centered into their group, so I can simply go onto the group hero buttons, which is the group that contains the button, and I'm going to select container alignment, center, and there we go. So now everything is stuck together because we didn't add any gap. So I'm going to take a look at the gap value between each title. So this is 24, and between the text here and the buttons here, we have 40. So I'm going to add some gap between each element directly from the group containing them. So I'm going to add some gap spacing between elements, which is with 24. But since we had a 40 pixel gap between the subtitle and the button, I'm going to add 24 more. Sorry. No, 16. My math isn't right. So 16 pixels, so that I have 40 pixels between this and this, as we can see here in red. All right, so that's for our text. Now what we can do is add our image, which is this one. So I'm going to take it from Figma. If I select it, and on the bottom right, I go into export. Whoops, sorry. I go into export, and I can export it into PNG, SVG, what you want. So I'm going to export it. I'm going to replace it. And now into Bubble, I can add an image in my hero inner. Just going to put it down. There we go. So this image, I wanted to take the full width of my container. So I'm going to uncheck fixed width. And I'm going to check keep element aspect ratio fixed. This way, the image, when I'm adding it, will have the correct aspect ratio, which is now 1200 by 368. So this is quite important, especially for fixed image. And as we can see, we have our image right now. So we need to check the gap values between the buttons and the image, which is 80 pixels. So I'm going to add this gap to our hero inner. So 80 pixels. And we have our hero section. So now I want to clarify some things with you, or at least to precise something. So I'm just going to get rid of the debugger. So we have our hero section. If we shrink the page, we can see that it's behaving more or less correctly. So we have an issue with the font sizes. We are going to resolve it. Same here. And we have the padding on the left and on the right that is too high. So we are going to get to correct this using conditional. But what I wanted to see is that if we inspect using the Chrome developer mode, I can take a look at what it will give us on a very large screen, which can happen if someone has a second screen that is way larger than a laptop, for example. If I take this page, you can see that the image is expanding, and now I'm on a 2300 pixel wide screen, which is a lot, but which can happen. So what we are going to do is that we are going to need to constrain the image size. So how do we do this? Let's take a look in Figma. We can see that in the design, the image is at 1200 pixels. So what I'm going to do is that in Bubble, I'm going to add a constraint on the hero inner, which is the group that's containing our title and our image. And I'm going to set a max width of 1200 pixels. And also I'm going to center this so that it remains in the center of the page using the horizontal alignment of the container. And now if we take a look, still on the very large screen, we can see that now everything stops expanding and that it stays in place, which is better because this will not mess up your layout. So we have a holiday section. Now we need to make sure that everything is behaving correctly from a responsive perspective, which is the point. So let's take a look at the responsive tab in Bubble. I'm going to get rid of this. So if we take the size of the screen, you can see that right now I'm on a 1080 pixel large page. If I take a look at what happens when I shrink the page, you can see that first, the title is way too big, the description is a bit too big as well, but we have also a lot of padding on the left and on the right that we don't want. So let's take a look at what it looks like in Figma. So as we can see, first we have a lot less space on the left and on the right. I don't have the values because I can't have them in Figma, but what we can see is that first, the title now is aligned on the left of the screen. It is not centered anymore. Same for the description. The buttons are on top of each other now, so it's now some sort of column container. And the title is bold type. It is in 36 pixel font size. And the description is in 14. So let's take a look at how we can update that. We'll start by the padding. So what we are going to do is see at which point things are starting to look a bit weird. So if I take a look at my screen, you can see that right now at 775 pixels, it's already gone a bit bad. So what I'm going to do is to anticipate, and I'm going to use the 992 breakpoint pixel. So I'm going to first modify the padding of my hero outer section. I'm going to minimize it. So what we can do is add a conditional which says current page width inferior or equal to 992. I'm going to select my padding left, my padding right, and also my padding top that I'm going to slightly decrease, not too much because on the top it's not that unsettling. And for the left and right padding, I'm going to say 16, for example. Maybe it's a bit too close. Let's say 24. Yeah, 24 seems about right. So that's for the padding on the group. What I need to do now is to handle the font sizes of the title and the description. So let's add another condition on this, page width inferior or equal to 992. And I'm going this time to modify the font size and set it to 36, so way smaller. But also, I'm going to align the text to the left of the container. So on top of the font size, I'm going to modify the alignment, text alignment, and I'm going to send it to the left. And what we can do now is copy this condition and do the same for this one. So I'm going to paste the condition, and the font size here will be 16, if I remember correctly. And I think, no, it's alright, it stays like that. So there we go. And last but not least, we have also the buttons that need to go on top of each other. So in Bubble, using conditional, you cannot change the container layout. This is not possible. So we have to find a way to work around this. And how do we do this? Well, simply we will modify the minimum width of each element in the container. So let's say current page width less than or equal to 992. I'm going to modify the min width of the left button and put it in 100%, which will send the other button below it because it doesn't have the space to live in this container. So what I can do now is do the same for this button, and there we go. And now I can also decrease slightly the gap in this container. So I'm going to modify the row gap, 24, it's going to be, let's say, 16. So now if I decrease my screen, you can see that everything is tidier. And now this letter spacing is a bit weird on Bubble, so can I modify it? Yeah. I'm going to put it to -1. Yeah, -1 is better. It was behaving a bit strangely in Bubble. Alright, let's make the same thing here. Let's say -2. Yeah, same, that's better. And finally, I'm going to remove the min width, or at least decrease the min width on this one to make sure that it doesn't overflow on small screen. But also, I'm going to modify this gap between the buttons here and the image. So, same as before, we will add a conditional less than or equal to 992 gap, and instead of 80, let's say 32, maybe 40, right? And there we go. Now we have a fully responsive hero section. Let's take a look at the preview in live. Well, I mean in test, but there we go. I'm going to go back to 100%. There we go. So we have our hero section, and as we can see, it's behaving quite nicely. And there we have our hero section. We can move on to the next one. So next section, we'll be moving on to the product benefit section. So we'll be doing the two of them because they are quite similar. So we'll start by this one. So this one, as we mentioned earlier, so I'm going to simply correct that. As we mentioned earlier, it's made of two main groups. So the group on the top, which is this one, and the group on the bottom, which contains 3 elements. Basically, that's it. So to build the first one, we will add a row container that will contain 2 groups. The one that contains the 2 text on the left, which is a column container, because they are stacked on top of each other vertically, and the other one, which is simply a text. That's it. And for the other one, we'll have a big row container with 3 elements inside, which are 3 column groups with an image, a text, 2 text. That's basically it. So let's get started in Bubble. So same as before, let's add a group to our page, which will be group section-product benefit 1. And same as before, I will have an outer group and an inner group. Outer, there we go. So now I can add another group into it. There we go. I can duplicate it and call it inner. There we go. Now, what we want to make sure of is that we have the same setting for each section to keep them aligned. If we remember what we did earlier, we set a maximum width of 1200 pixels on the row section. So if we want to keep everything aligned correctly, we need to add the same constraint in the other inner group, so this one. So I'm going to add a max width of 1200 pixels, and same as before, I'm going to center it. And what I'm going to do as well is to use the same padding, at least on the left and the right of the screen, than earlier. So I'm going to check, so it's 48 on the left, 48 on the right. So in my outer group, I'm going to add 48 pixels, 48 as well, and on top, I'm going to add 64 and 64, which are common values as well. So as we can see, everything is aligned correctly, and we simply need to take the same conditional to make sure that everything is aligned as well, at least in terms of padding on the left and on the right. So I'm going to copy this one, and I'm going to add it to my outer group, which is the one controlling my padding. And I'm not going to take care of the top padding right now, because we'll come back to this later on. Alright, so we have our main container for this section. Now we need to have the other element. So I'm going to start by adding a group on top of this, which will be the group title plus subtitle. This will be the group on the top that contains our 3 text elements here. As mentioned earlier, this one will be a row container, because our 2 groups in this group are the one on the left and the other one on the right. So they are stacked, they are put next to each other horizontally, so it's a row container layout. Right now, what I can do now is add a first text, which will be easy, simple, and affordable. So it's a bold 40 pixel. So I'm going to select heading 2, donc 40 pixel, 700, which is bold, and line spacing 1.5. There we go. I'm going to copy the text. Easy, simple, affordable. And now what I can do is duplicate it using Command D. I'm going to set this text to 20 pixels, semi-bold, and primary 500. So I have 20 pixels, semi-bold, and I'm going to set it to primary 500. There we go. And I'm going to while use pending, get the text. All right, now I can simply select the two texts, right click and select colon container so that it groups them on top of each other. So now I have title plus tagline. So just like that, we have our left group. So now, sorry. Now, what I can do is in the group title plus subtitle, which is the group that will contain our title and also the description on the right of the group, I can paste another text that will be modifying. So this is this description that I'm going to copy. We can see that it is a 20 pixel and secondary 14. Donc 20 pt, gray, I think it's regular. Yeah, that's regular. Oops, sorry. 20 pt, gray, regular, like this. And I'm going to paste the text. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to unselect fit width to content so that the text expands as much as it can, but it does not, how do I put that? It does not take enough space so that it will not go under the other group. All right, and we have something that looks like what we want. That's basically it. What I'm going to do here, no, it's all right. I think it's fine. We are simply going to add some gap between each element. So I'm going to add a row gap of, let's say, 40 pixel, and a row gap, which is the line gap. I'm going to say 20, but we'll come back to this later. So that's for the first part. Now, what we need to add is the grid, this grid. So what we'll be doing is that we are going to add a row container, and then we are going to make this first one, and we're going to duplicate it, basically. So let's close this one. We can add another group, just under title plus subtitle, which will be our, let's call it, benefit grid container. So as I said earlier, this will be a row container. And let's add some gap between each element. So let's say 16 and 16. Also, we'll start by adding some gap between the top group and the grid. So let's say gap spacing between elements. Let's say 32, I think it's fine. And now we can start building our grid. So let's add a new group. So this will be group card 1. This is a colon, and we are going to add some gap between each element. So between the image and the group containing the text, we have, yeah, Figma doesn't tell me, so let's say 16 pixel of gap. There we go. And now I can add first my image. And under this, I'm going to add one text, one text under it, which is going to be this title. So this is 24, semi-bold, secondary 900. So I'm going to take one of my style. Semi-bold, there we go. I'm going to unselect fit width to content so that the text takes the full width of the content, but can also be on 2 lines if needed. So I'm going to copy this, automatic invoice payment. There we go. Now I'm going to duplicate this text, which will be the subtitle here. So I'm copying the text. Now we can see that it is 16 pixel, and it is in secondary. I'm going to take my style, 16 pt, secondary, so this is gray, regular, and now I can paste my text. There we go. Now all I need to do is to group these two texts to make sure that they have their own group, so on top of each other, so it's a colon container. And I'm just going to add a little bit of gap, let's say 6 pixels, and there we go. So we have our first card, Let's uncheck fixed width, let's keep element aspect ratio fixed, and let's remove, or at least decrease, this min width. Now we can go into Figma. We can take this image, and can export. So let's say image 1. And now I can import this image 1 here. So this is very, very big for now, but this is fine because all I have to do now is to duplicate 2 times this card. So 1 time, 2 times, and there we go. We have our grid. So basically that's it. Now we simply have to modify the images and the text, but let's take a look at how it looks in preview. I'm going to get rid of the inspector. I'm going to refresh it. So we have our hero section, and then just under we have our grid, which is not centered because we probably forgot to align it correctly. There we go. So on the group on which we set the constraint for the 1200 pixel maximum, we need to center it. So if I take a look now, and there we go. You can see that everything is aligned correctly. We have our grid, we have our images, our text on top of this, and there we go. So we didn't do any responsive work yet. So let's take a look at how it behaves. If we take a look by shrinking the page, we can see that it's not too bad, but right now it is starting to look not terrible. So what we are going to do is to make sure that every card takes the space it needs and everything is going fine. So first, let's take a look. There we go. On smaller screen, it is really going bad, but that's expected. So we can see that we are 800 pixels. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. So I think we can use the 768 breakpoint for this one. So if we take a look at our Figma design, what we want to do is that this title here needs to be on top of each other with the description, and then obviously the card will go below each other. So that's pretty easy. What we are going to do for this one is that let me see, we can see that now the element is at 373 pixels, so it's a bit high. What we can do basically is to add a min width on each of these elements to make sure that they behave on their own. So if we take a look at how we do this, let's say 300 pixels of min width and 300 pixels of this one as well. We can see that it's not enough to make them go below each other right now. But if we keep shrinking the page, we can see that right now it's okay. So we can use this method, it's alright. Most of the time for 2 column text or 2 column images, it will work pretty nicely, sorry. And now we can see that for our cards, things have gone bad. So we can see that the images are overflowing, as you can see. This is due to their min width being 180, which is too high for this group, because we can see that on top, at the bottom of this group, we can see that the width of this group is 143 pixels, which is not enough. So to prevent that, same way as before, we can take each group, so we can select them in bulk, and we can add 300 of min width, and tada, there we go. It's behaving correctly, and we don't have to add any conditional to handle that, which is the nice thing. So there we go. Now we simply have to check the sizes of the title. So we can see that now it is 24 when it was, when it was 40 here. So we have to modify this one. Probably have to modify this one as well, and 18 for this one. I think it was 24. Yeah. So we have to modify all this. So let's get started. So this one, we said that it needs to be, 24. So let's say current page width less than or equal to 768. We want the font size to become 24. And there we go. This one, on top of it, the font size should be 12 pixels. So 12. This one, I don't remember, sorry. This one should be 14. So let's set it to 14. I think we can decrease the gap here. So this is the row gap. We can set it to 10, which is all right. This one was supposed to be 18 pixels. So there we go. So I'm going to copy this one and put it on each title for each card. There we go. And the description of each card should be 12, which is very small. So I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to let it be 16 pixels because 12 pixels is very small. But we have our section, which is now fully responsive. So if I take a look into the test, I can take this page, shrink it, and we can see that everything is behaving nicely. So we have maybe a bit of an issue here. Maybe it's... No, I think it's all right. Okay, so our page is already responsive. That's nice. We can move on to the next section. Okay, so let's get started with the third section. So the good thing with that is that the third section is not too different from the first one. So what we are going to reuse is all the container, the outside and inner container. The title are the same as well, and then what we need to create, however, is this part, and then this is just an image. So what we can do right now is to duplicate the previous section we created, sorry. So let's collapse all this. What we can do is simply copy this one. We can paste it on the page so that it goes right next to the other. Product benefit 2, we rename it. And the good thing with that is that we copy with this all the conditional that we've added earlier, especially on this text, so that we don't have to do it again, basically. So what we can do here is to let's get this text out from the group, because right now we want this text to be on top of each other. So instead of having a row group like this one, I can have a column group. There we go. I keep 10, I think it's good. Now I can center this one, I can center this one as well, and I can center this one as well. I'm going to remove its main width, we don't need that anymore, and I'm going to center the text. Obviously we have a max width on this, which is 712 pixels, so I'm going to add it on the group title plus subtitle. So 712, and I'm going to center it. There we go. And now I can simply okay, so now this is the same one but on only one line. So I'm going to remove the line break. Easy, simple, affordable. Our platform helps your business, blah blah blah. This is the same text, and there we go. We already have our text, so that's fine. What we need to do now is this 2-column layout. So we'll have a first row group that we contain both groups here, and then we need to make this one with the icon, some spacing here, a text and a description. So let's get started. So let's remove this one. I'm going to add a new group, which will go up, which will go directly below the title plus subtitle. There we go. Let's call it group benefits, for example. So this one will be a row. Let's say 48 column gap and 42 in a row. We will update this later if we need. And let's start by adding a first group. Oops. A first group, which will be our left group left. And on the right, we can already add an image. There we go. Which will be this image that I'm going to get from Figma. So I can export it. There we go. So I'm going to remove the fixed width. I'm going to set 300 and min width for now, and I'm going to set the same one on the other group. Oops, wrong group, sorry. So on the left group, I'm going to set the same one, so that then when we work on the responsive, this one are already set, and basically they should go on below each other at the right time, more or less. And I'm going to select keep element aspect ratio fixed, and now I can import my image, which is this one. And there we go. Now it's already starting to look like something. Perfect. Alright, so our group is set to colon. We need to add some gap, which is here between each element. Sorry, so this is a 44 pixel gap. There we go. And now we can start working on the card. So let's call that card 1. And what we're going to do is to create a row that will have on its left this group with an icon inside of it, and on its right the two text. So let's set it to row. The gap between these two were 32. And now I can add first group, which will be the group containing my icon, the group icon container. So I can take a look at its dimension. So it's 50 by 50. So since this is an icon and that this will not vary in size, I'm going to set it to fixed width and fixed height. There we go. I'm going to set its color to background style primary 500, and I think we have some roundness to it. Yeah, we have 12 pixels of radius. Roundness. There we go. And what I like to do for this type of groups, what I mean by that is containers that contains icons. I like to put them in align to parent, because like this, I simply have to drop an icon into them, and directly on the icon, I can select where I want the icon to be. I'm just going to see the size of the icon, so it's 24 by 24. And there we go. I'm going to remove the padding on this icon. Bubble adds the default padding on icon, I don't know why. The icon is white, and I like phosphor icons in bold. And let's add a wallet like this. And there we go. We have our icon container. All we need to do now is to add the text, and thankfully we did that earlier. So I'm going to take the group that contains both this text, because we are going to reuse it. I'm going to drop it and paste it into this group. And now I just have to modify the font sizes, I think, 24:16. So this is already in 16. This is in 23, set to 24. And I think that's it. All right, so we have our card. Let's take a look at the gap between each other. There we go, we have a 12 pixels gap. I think that's it. I think we don't need much. Yeah, we have 6. Let's set 12. And that looks pretty much like it. So now we can simply duplicate this one. 1, 2, and there we go. We have our group. I think this gap is a bit too much. Is it really 32? Yeah, it's 32. Nah, I don't like it. I'm going to decrease it to 16. I think it's better. All right. So let's take a look in the preview. I'm going to remove the debugger as well. Yep, that's not too bad. We need to center this vertically. This one is not centered with this one. So what we can do is simply select the group containing them all, and vertical alignment, we are going to align it vertically. Same for the image. This way they will both get centered vertically. Better. There we go. And now if we take a look at how it behaves responsively, you can see that it gets smaller, smaller, smaller. And at some point it automatically goes to the line below because we set a minimum width on them. That looks not too bad. So if we take a look on the Figma design, you can see that on mobile, yeah, the text is aligned to the left. 14, yeah, that's the same size. So all we have to do is to align the text to the left of the screen. So what we're going to do is go to the responsive tab. And if I remember correctly, we already have some conditions, yep, on the text. So that's under 7 and 68. So what we can do is select text alignment on this one, send it to the left. This one is a bit different because it is aligned already, so select horizontal alignment, send it to the left, and same for this one, horizontal alignment, and we send it to the left. And if we take a look at this, yep, that's pretty much what we want. I think this one are still too big. And do they become smaller? Yep, I think. Yeah, 16 and 12, which is very small as well. Yep. So we can say 16, 16, 16, and now we can decrease this size as well. So I'm going to reuse this conditional on this one. I'm simply going to remove the text alignment. There you go. Yeah, 14, I think 14 is good, I think. So let's paste on this one as well. And finally, I'm going to decrease the row gap here that I found is a bit too big. So 768 row gap. Let's set it to 22. Have that? Yeah, I think it's fine, I think. All right. And there we go. We made already our third section. All right, so let's continue and let's go on the fourth section. So this one, same, not too difficult. The only slight trick is the pills. Don't know if you can say it like that. So the steps indicators that will require just a little small trick, but you see nothing too difficult. All right. So same as before, we can reuse this text as well as the buttons that we already have. So that's good. So let's go ahead and let's get back to our UI builder. We are going to collapse all that. So what we can do is once again duplicate the last section because we have this text that we want to reuse. So there we go. So that will be, let's say, steps outer. Then we'll have steps inner. And obviously, first we want to modify the background color. So this is the same one as the hero section. So if I remember correctly, that was secondary 700. There we go. Now we want to change the color of the title, which is white. And the color of this one, this is secondary 300. So let's modify it to secondary 300. There we go. All right. Now we can remove this one because we will not be using it. Yep. And let's add a row container for our grid. Now, row, and let's set the gap to 24 and 24 as well. All right, so basically this is a grid with 3 columns, and then we have on each one some groups, and then we have an image that will have some padding on the right and on the left, and we have some steps indicator that will hover over this. So how do we build that? It's actually not that hard. We are going to rename our group. Good. Let's add one first group. This will be the group card 1. And what we are going to do is set it to colon. We have some slight gap here, so let's say 12 pixel. We are going to add an image. There we go. So we are going to set it to up. We're going to remove its main width. We are going to keep its element aspect ratio fixed. I'm going to get the image so that we see what we're doing. So export PNG. Now we can import the image, which is this one. And just so we see what we are doing, I'm going to duplicate this one already, and then we'll remove them later on, just so we can see what we are doing. So basically what we want to do is to wrap this image into an align to parent container. You'll understand why. I'm going to fit width to content, no, but fit height to content, yes. This way the group will expand horizontally inside its container. And now what we can do is add another group that will contain the text. So this is background style, there we go. This is primary 500. It is round, so let's say 999. I'm going to set it to align to parent. And what is the size of this? This is, 50 by 50. Yep, there we go. So fixed height, fixed width, 50 by 50. I can set it here. And I have a text which is in 24 pixels, semi-bold white. There we go. So this is a 1. 23 pt, semi-bold up. And in white, there we go. And now I'm going to center it. And now we can already see where we are going. So what I want to do now that we have this, I want to add some margin to my image to make it go further from the edge of the container. So I'm going to add, I don't know, 16 top, 16 left. Yeah, and we can see that we have our group that is positioned correctly. So in Bubble, when you are in align to parent, the order of the element inside the element tree do matter actually. So we are going to put the image under the other, and then we can see that we have our step indicator that is going in front of the image. So now, last thing, you can see that we have some sort of dark separator here. This is simply a stroke that you can see here. So this is a border on the group. So I'm going to add it. I'm going to add a border here. Its width will be 6th, and its color will be secondary 700. And there we go. And there we go. We have our group right here. I'm going to rename this one image plus step. And there we go. All we have to do now is to add the text under our image, which is just a basic text. There we go. We can do this up and next. I'm going to uncheck Fit Tweets to content and take a look at the size. So medium type 20 and white. So 20 black medium and set it to white. I'm going to center it, and the text says register your spending account. And there we go. We have our card. So as always, as earlier for this card, let's add a 300 min width, 300 pixel. I'm going to remove the other one, and I'm going to duplicate this one, 1, 2, and then I can simply change the step number. There we go. And I think we're good. Yep, I think we're okay. So if we take a look at the responsive here, we can see that on larger screen no issues. Yep. And when it gets down, yep, they all go to another line, and then they do this. So last thing we can do here, we can see that they are not expanding full width. They have a max width which is 225 pixels. So we can do that. Let's add this. So we can select them. There we go. Let's add a max width, 225. So I have to decrease my min width, obviously. And now inside their group, I can use one of the options here in the container element. So I can either center them or use the space around, which in my opinion is the good one. And now in responsive, it works the same as we can see. Yeah, it's not bad. There we go. As we can see, now they're aligned correctly. And they do correspond to the Figma design, which is what we want. If we take a look at this, yeah, they are centered here, on a small screen at least. So that's good. That's not too bad. All right. And now, last thing we need to add are the buttons under there that we can take from the hero section, because we had the same buttons. There we go. I can simply paste them here. I'm gonna remove the margin here, and here we go. We are good. So if I take a look at this, yeah, because we have still the conditional that is going a bit too early, so I'm going to say 768. 768. And yeah, if we can see, yeah, that's better. That's way better. And there we go. Just like that, we have our fourth section. All right, let's continue. So same as before, we can already duplicate the last section on this one, at least to reuse the background, the outer, and the inner container. So let's do this. I'm going to collapse. Oops, I'm going to collapse everything here. There we go. So I'm going to copy and to paste it. So that will be steps 2. Steps 2. There we go. So if we take a look at this, we have a simple row container with an image on the left and another container on the right, which are this one, these two elements, sorry, which contains these two elements, so the title, subtitle, and the tagline, and this new card, which is basically a group with some step inside of it. So let's start by removing this one and this one. This we are going to keep because this will go into our right group. We are simply going to align everything to the left. So we are going to keep this. I'm going to simply remove fit width to content. This will send it to the left. Same for this one. And this one is already aligned to the, no, it's not aligned to the left, sorry. I'm going to align to the left, right. And we'll reuse this one a bit later. So I'm going to export this image, export in PNG, content-steps. So I have my group title plus subtitle. I'm going to convert my group inner into a row container. I'm going to add some colon gap. And then I'm going to add an image on the left, at the start of the group. As always, I remove fixed widths. I'm going to add some 300 of min widths, and I'm going to keep element aspect ratio fixed. And now I can add my content-steps image. And there we go. Now we have our image. So now what we need to do is to group this title with another group. So I'm going to right-click the group, select group element in column container, like so. So this will be group right. I'm going to add some gap between each group into this. There we go. And most importantly, I'm going to add the same min width that I did on the image so that they equalize. Up. And now I can add another group that will contain my steps indicator. So if we take a look at here, we have a simple group, not too fancy, with some padding on the left, on the bottom, on the top, and on the right. I'd say 20 pixels of padding, and most importantly, sorry, a secondary 500 fill color for the background. So let's add some padding. And background style, there we go, I will said secondary 500, which is this one, and some roundness as well. We have a 12 radius. There we go. And now we can go ahead and add our cards. The way we are going to build that, the tricky part here is this line. The way we are going to build that is that we have one group, two groups at least, that will be in a group aligned to parent, which is this one. So we'll have this one in front of the line, and this line will be in the background. Not too clear when I say it like that, but you'll understand. So the group steps, for example, will be in aligned to parent. Then we have another group that will be an inner group, steps, let's say steps inner. This is the group that will actually contain our 3 cards here. So I'm going to reuse the steps indicator we had here. I'm just going to remove the border on this. So let's paste it here. I'm going to remove the border. There we go. And going to check the size. 48 by 48. I have 2 pixels. There we go. 48 by 48. And I'm going to add some text to this. There we go. And it says register your spending account. Let's take a look at the size. So it's medium type 20 and white. So 20 pt black medium. I'm going to set it to white. All right. Now I can group the step indicator and the text in the row container, of course. I'm going to add a gap of 10, and I'm going to center this vertically. There we go. All right. Now we have our group card 1 that I can duplicate, 1, 2, and then I can add some gap between each other. So let's say 16, for example, and I can change, if I want, up, there we go, the text, the number, etc., etc. I think we need to add some more gap. I think it's not enough. Yeah, we have 40. So let's add some more gap. There we go. And now that we've done this, we actually need to add our shapes. So how are you going to do this? Well, basically, we're going to add some shape that will be lines up in the group, so in the align to parent group, and that's why we use the align to parent group. It's because we can position our shape accordingly like we want. So what I'm going to do is just to check the width of the line. So this is in 2. So I'm going to set its width to 2. I'm going to set its color to primary 500. And now all I have to do is to try to position it like I need. So as we can see, we have 40 pixels of gap between those two groups. So if my line approximately makes 80 pixels, it should be not too bad, probably. And now all I have to do is to align it using some margin on the left and on the right. So 20, let's say 23. And now I can add some margin on the top to make it go where I want. And there we go. Now we have our first line. So this group will more or less never move from the side because we have a fixed padding here. So that should work. And now all I have to do is to add another shape, which will be in another color, which is primary and red. Primary and red, which is this one, and which will be aligned here with less margin. Oops. Some margin bottom, sorry. And there we go. Now we have our lines. This one is in primary and red on the design. And I think it's in black. Yeah, this one's in black. And there we go. All right. So now we can align everything vertically so that we can see that the image is on top. We don't want that. So we have our min width, we have everything. I think we're not too bad. So if we take a look at the responsive, you can see that our lines are behaving correctly. And at some point, they will simply go to the bottom. And there we go. And so we did our group. We did our section just like that. Okay, next one. So now we'll be doing this section. So the only trick on that, so it's basically only things that we did earlier. So it's a top group with some text on the top, and then a 2-column grid with this one. Now the only thing that requires some bubble knowledge is the tab. So we'll be using custom state to do this, not that crazy, and the image that changes, which is going to be used to be made using a custom state as well. So let's get started. As always, we are going to copy an outer section in order to keep the same responsive properties. So let's keep this one, Command D, and I'm going to make it last so that it goes at the bottom of the page. So this one will be calling without, for example, with or without you. Up, there we go. I'm going to remove the copy, and there we go. All right. So we have the tagline and the title. We already have this one. The only difference in this case is that they are aligned to the left. So I'm going to remove the max weights on the top section. There we go. And I'm going to align this one to the left. To do that, I can simply use the fit width to content. I can remove it. This way they take the whole width of the group. And since the text alignment is on the left, well, they will align to the left. And then I can remove this one. All right. I'm just going to take this. There we go. Okay, not too bad. We are going to remove this group and we will be making it from scratch. So bye. Okay. And now, so I can collapse this one and add our group. So as always, we move from, oops, sorry. There we go. So as always, we move from the outside group to the inner group. So the outside group will contain both on the left and on the right. So on the left, we'll have the tab selector and the text. So we'll have this group on the left, and on the right, we'll have this one, an image that will change based on the custom state, basically. So let's get started. Group to colon grid. Don't have really name ideas of name. So this will be a row. As always, we'll add some gap spacing. So let's say 48 and 32. Fit height to content, yes, and this is good for now. So let's add our first group, which will be tab selector, selector plus content. There we go. We'll set a min width of 300 pixels, as always, to make sure that it collapses and goes on top of the other on smaller skin. And on the right, I'm going to add an image. I'm going to get the first image, which will be the one appearing by default on the page. And then, based on the custom state, we will be updating this image. So as always, I'm going to remove fixed widths. I'm going to set a min width of 300, which is the same min width than the group on the left, to make sure that they space out evenly. And I'm going to keep element raster aspect ratio fixed, and I'm going to take this one. Alright, so we have our image. I'm going to center everyone vertically, so that they are at the center of the group. There we go. And now I can add my tab selector. So let's start with that. So how do we build this? Basically, we have a group that will contain both fields. So we have a group behind all that is the group in the gray background, so secondary and red. And then we have two groups, which is this one, that will have a background color when it's selected, or not when it's not selected. Not that clear like that, but I'm going to show you. So let's start by adding a group. Group tab selector. We'll set it to be a row group. We'll add some roundness to make it round. The background was secondary 100, if I remember correctly. And now, into this group, we are going to add our button. So our button will have two groups, basically. We can set this one to colon or row. So let's say with spending. This will be our first one. We are going to set its background color to be the same one as the background, so that it appears that they don't have any background color, in case just they do, actually. I'm going to add my text. There we go. Which is, by default, this will be this one. Secondary 300, semi-bold 16. So, 16 pt, gray, semi-bold, and let's say secondary 300. Up, there we go. This will be this one. With spending. Now I'm going to center this text vertically and horizontally. And what I'm going to do is that on the text and on the group containing the text, so the button, I'm going to select fit width to content so that it only takes the space it needs to take. And I'm going to add some padding to make it look like this. So if we take a look at the padding, you can see that it is 24 on the left and right and 13 vertical. So 24, 24, 13, 13. And there we go. And now I'm going to add the same roundness as the outside group in order to make them look alike. So right now we don't see much, but what we are going to do is that with our custom state, we are going to make this group appear different just by changing its background color. So here's what it looks like. We can see that we already have our group that is behaving correctly. So if we duplicate it to add another one, you can see that now, if I select fit width to content on the outside group, we have our tab selector. So by default, secondary 100, with spending, without spending. Basically, that's it. all we need to do now is to create a custom state that will track which button is currently clicked. So how do we do that? We are going to add a custom state. I'd like to add it on the tab, on the group containing the tab. So let's add a custom state. If you don't know what is a custom state, it is a way to hold temporary data. So we can hold pretty much anything in a custom state. This is something that we attach to an element on the page, but this is the data that will not be stored on a long-term basis. As soon as we refresh the page, the data is lost, or actually it's not saved. It's not lost, but it's not saved. It's not persistent. So we are going to call this active tab. The state type will be text. There we go. And we can set a default. This will be with or without. When this is with, this is this button that is selected. When this is without, this will be this button. So basically, now we can add a conditional on this to say when group tab selector plus content, which is the group on which we added our custom state. Active tab is with. So the value we want, you can put everything, you can even put a number or whatever. We'll modify the background color to be background primary 500, and we will do the same thing on the text color here. I'm going to add another condition on the text itself, and this time I'm going to modify the font color to make it go white. Okay. So I'm going to remove this one, and I'm going to duplicate this one so that I already have the conditional done. This way I simply have to modify the value of the custom state that we want to watch, so without in this case, on the group and on the text. Oops, without. There we go. And now all I have to do is to add a workflow on these two and use an action called set state of an element. The custom state is on the group tab selector plus content. The custom state is active tab. So when I click on with spending, I want to set it to with. And when I click on without spending, so on the group, I can set state of an element, tab selector plus content, active tab, and then I can set without in this case. And there we go. So if we take a look in the preview, you can see that with is selected, and now I can set it to without. And we just created a basic tab selector. Now, based on the value of the custom state, we can decide which image to display, which text to display, and this is exactly what we are going to do. So, under this tab selector, now we need to add, there we go, we need to add our text element. So let's call that text content. Oops, sorry, text content. So this will be a colon group because the text are stacked below each other. You can see that I have a 32 pixel gap between each element. So let's say 32. I'm going to add the first text, which will be my title, this one. So 24, bold, secondary 700. I'm going to just copy the text. As always, I'm going to remove fit width to content. There we go. So 23 black semi-bold. Yep, that's it. And now I can add the other text. So there we go. This one is medium type 18, secondary 700. So I can select 18 PT black medium. I'm going to simply copy the text. There we go. And what I can do now is simply add an icon next to my text. So it will be a check. This is going to be fill. So I like to use the phosphor library because you have this option to have different types of icon. You can have in fill, light, bold, or even duotone that are really nice. In this case, this is a fill because the color is on the background of the icon. So I'm just going to remove the padding that bubble sets by default on the icons. All right, and now I can set the color to success 500, I imagine. Yep, and the icon is in 24 by 24 pixels, so 24, 24. Now I can select my icon and my text, right click, group elements in row container so that they are next to each other horizontally. Up, and I can add some column gap, and there we go. I'm just going to add some top margin to make sure that they are aligned. Icons are not always aligned at the pixel, so sometimes you have to deal with it. So text one, and now what I can do is tuk, tuk, and there we go, and we have our text. That's basically it. All right, so now what we have to do, we can add first some gap between the tab selector and the text elements, basically. And now what we have to do is, based on the custom state, modify the text. So how do we do that? Well, same as we did here, we can retrieve the same condition here, but we can set it on a text. So when this is without, I want to modify the text. Sorry. And I want to display this text instead. Oops, without the line break. There we go. And now we can do the same for each text. I'm going to take this one only because it will be too long otherwise. And then you can add this conditional on all the text. And same here, what we are going to do is that we are going to, instead of the text, modify the icon and probably the icon color, I think. Yeah. So the icon is a cross and the icon color is error 500, I think. Yeah. And if we say X, probably, yeah, there we go, we have the icon here. X dash circle. Once again, we can copy and paste this condition. And finally, what we're missing is the image. Up. We can change the image source. And now I just have to take the image. I can export it. Success stories 2, sorry. And now I can set another image. Success story 2. So basically, based on the custom state, we modify the data source of the text and the image. So if we take a look at it in the preview, you can see that with spending, I have everything in red, this one, etc., and without, it's modifying everything. And that's basically it. So if we now take a look at how it behaves responsively, since we put a min width on the left and on the right of 300 pixels, it should do the trick. You can see that now. Ooh, this is not good. Ah, right. Okay, so as we saw, we have an issue here with the tab selector being too wide. What we can do in this case is not put the tab selector in the left group. It doesn't make any, I mean, it's not mandatory to put it in the left group in this case. We can simply take it and put it just under the title. It will work as well. It will maybe even be better. So if we take the group, which is this one, we take it, we can put it above the group colon grid, so between the title and the grid. And you can see that this will help our issues, and it even looks better in reality because it's aligned perfectly with the text. So if we take a look now, oops, you can see that now the tab selector is not affected by the other elements. So that's way better. Right. And that's another section done. Let's move to the next one. All right, continue. So now for the testimonial section, something that we'll encounter quite often when building a landing page, obviously. The testimonial section is an important part of a landing page. Nothing new, nothing fancy. So we just have a group on the top with some text inside of it. And then we have a grid with 3 column, 3 cards. So nothing new. So let's do that. In this case, we will not be doing the carousel part of this component, because that's not really the point of this course. We'll focus on the responsive. So let's do that. Let's jump in the. So as always, we will be reusing a pre-made work. We'll be reusing our work, no need to work twice. So let's hit Command D. There we go. Let's make it last so that it's at the end of the page. And let's rename it testimonials. I'm going to remove the copy. There we go. Testimonial inner. There we go. All right, so this text is already done. I need to work on it. We'll be removing this grid, or at least the element inside of the grid, because we'll be doing them from scratch. So I'm going to remove them. There we go. And let's add a new group, which will be our card. Let's rename it group card 1. All right. So in Figma, if we take a look at our card, we can see that it's a square. Nothing new. It just had a secondary fill color, of secondary 500, some 12 pixel radius, corner radius, some padding top left, bottom, and right, and then some text and a user card, which is basically only a raw container with an image on the left and another group with some text inside of it. As I said, nothing new. You should be starting to be familiar with this type of pattern, but let's go into Bubble and let's do that. So I have my grid, which is in a row with some gap, nothing new. So let's hit my card 1, which will be the group of my card. I can add some flat color. We said secondary 500. So this one, 12 pixels of corner radius, layout, 24 of padding. I think that will be okay. And then we can add first text. In this case, we don't want it to be fit width to content. We want it to take the full width of the container, because this way, if the text is too long, it will break into several lines, which is good, which is what we want. So let's just take a look at the text. So semi-bold, type 18, so 18 pixels in size, and the other one is 16 medium weight, secondary 100. So 18 PT black semi-bold, and we'll set it to be white. So that's our title. And the other one, the same one, but in 16 pixel medium, 16 PT, black medium, and in white. All right. So now let me just that and the title. There we go. Let's just check what is the gap between these two. So I'm going to select this one. So we have a 16 pixel gap. So I'm going to add 16 pixel of gap on my card. There we go. Now the next step will be to make the divider line. As we can see, I'm using a shape, which is usually the go-to way to make a line. I'm going to make the line go full width, and in terms of height, I think it's 1 pixel. So let's take a look. Okay, so 1 pixel, secondary 300, and we can see on Figma that here the opacity is set to 20%, which is why we barely see the divider. It's very discrete. So let's not forget that. So let's set its color to secondary 300, this one, and its opacity to 20%. All right. Now I think the gap here is a little too small. If we take a look at the gap between this and this, yeah, it's 34. So we already added 16 pixel gap on this one. So in order to arrive to 24, we need to add some margin to this. Up. So if I'm not mistaken, 18 and 18 should do the trick. Yep, 34 pixel. All right, nice. So now we can go ahead and make the user card. So the card with this image and its name and job title. So to do this, we'll simply add a new group. There we go. So let's rename it to keep it nice and organized. The container layout in this case will be row with the image, the profile picture of the user on the right, on the left, sorry, and the information on his job and his name on the right. So I'm going to add an image. If we take a look at the dimensions of the image in Figma, we can see that it is 70 by 70 with a 12 pixel radius, and that's it. So I'm going to export the image. There we go. So in this case, I can set it to fixed width and element aspect ratio fixed. We know that this is 1 by 1. I'm just going to add some roundness to it, and then I can take my image, which is this one. 70 by 70, perfect. All right, so I can, I'm going to reuse this text here. I'm going to paste it next to the image. Jimmy Bartney. There we go. Now I can duplicate this text, select the two texts, hit right click, and then put them in a column container so that they are on top of each other. There we go. Now we can see that the column container I've just created is not aligned vertically, it's not centered vertically with the image. So what you can do is simply set its vertical alignment to be centered. Now we need to see what are the size of this one. So regular type 14 and secondary 200 for the color. So 14 pixel regular, 14 pt black regular, oops, 14 pt gray regular, and then we need to lighten the color a bit, secondary 200. And what was the job title? Product manager at Picolab. And there we go. All right. So we have our card. All we need to do now is to remember to add a min width, a minimum width on this card in order to make it responsive more easily. So the value I like to add, or at least to set for the min width, especially in this case, is usually 300, because the average size of a phone is around 380 pixels. So if you add the padding on the left and on the right of the page, you can go between 300 and 50 pixels. So 300 is just enough to make sure that you take enough space for the card to be alone on its row, and it's usually a good value to go for. So let's add 300 min width on the card, and now that we have our first one, we can duplicate it. There we go. And if we take a look at how it behaves responsively, whoa, there we go. We can see that now it breaks quite rapidly because there are 3 cards on the page. And if we continue to go down, there we go, 1 row by 1 row. So if you want the cards to shrink a little bit more before going to the next line, you simply have to decrease the min width. And in this case, you can have almost, at least you can control the behavior of these cards. But right now, it's behaving quite perfectly, I would say. So that's it for the testimonial. Okay, let's move on to the pricing section now. So if we take a look at the pricing section, it may appear a bit impressive at the beginning, but in the end, it's not much. There is nothing we didn't already see in this tutorial. So if we take a look, we have the title, which is more or less the same as this one, or this one, for example. We just removed the purple tagline. In this case, we will not be doing a toggle because this will require to add a plugin to our Bubble app, and I'm not a huge fan of plugins when you don't need them. So in this case, instead of the toggle, we'll be doing the same tab that what we did before. This way we can reuse it. We don't want to work 2 times for doing the same thing. And then for the cards, it's once again just a grid pattern with 3 columns and a bunch of things into it. But if we take a look, we have here a first group with the title of the plan and an icon. This is just a text. This is just a group with 2 texts inside of each other. This is just a standalone text, and then we have an icon with a text that we can reuse from what we did earlier. Here, this is the same one, and then a button. Basically, that's all there is to do. So let's get started. So as always, I'm going to reuse a section in order to keep the same padding, the same behavior, etc., to keep everything aligned perfectly. So let's hit Command D or Control D if you're on Windows. I'm going to rename this into pricing. Section pricing, outer. There we go. Pricing inner this time. All right, so so I'm going to keep this tab because we are going to use them. I'm going to take from another section, there we go, this text. This way we already have the color, the pattern, and the conditional for the responsive done. So I'm going to paste it here. This I'm going to center it. This one I'm going to remove because we don't need it. And let's take the right text. So ready to get started. To the plan that suits your business needs. There we go. It is centered correctly. Everything is fine. What we are going to do is to retrieve this tab here. And we're going to drop them into this group. So the group title. So now I can simply take it and center it. Or maybe not. No, maybe not. I'm going to remove them from the group because otherwise the gap between the title and the tabs will not be high enough, and it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make much sense, at least, to do it like this. So I'm going to remove this one because we'll be doing the other from scratch. So what you can do here is change the text. Let's call it monthly and yearly. All right. And we'll be worrying about that a bit later. Before we are going to build the tabs because we need to add some conditionals on the price to display the right price based on if it's in monthly or yearly mode. So let's take a look at this card. So as we can see, nothing too fancy. This is just a group with a background color, a 12 corner radius, and some element inside. All this in a row container because they are next to each other horizontally. So nothing we didn't already do. So let's add another group just after our group title and subtitle. Up. I'm going to put it on the bottom. So let's set it to row. I'm going to add some gap between each card. And let's build our first pricing card. All right, so group pricing card 1. There we go. I have issues. This is because we have some conditional on the tabs. We'll come back to this later, don't worry. So background color. This was, if I remember correctly, secondary 100. Okay. Secondary 100. This is a 12 pixels corner radius. And in terms of padding, we will keep with the good old 24 pixels. There we go. All right. So first element, we have an icon with a text. So let's add a text. The text is in, the text is 32 pixels, semi-bold, and black. So I don't have 32 in my styles, but I'm going to take black, semi-bold, and only modify the size. That will be fine. Let's call it 3. Then we can add an icon. I'm going to keep with phosphor. I'm going to put them in bold, and let's add earth. I'm going to go with fill. There we go. And I'm going to as well, once again, remove this padding. And let's check how 32 by 32. Oh, that's all right. Okay. And now that we have that, we can group these two in a row container. Sorry, I'm going a bit fast. We can group these two in a row container. So let's select them both, right click, and row container. All right. We can remove the min height that is by default non-group, and no need to fit width to content. Let them do their life. We'll just center vertically the icon, and we'll also add some gap between the icon and the text. And there we go. All right. We have some gap between each element, so 12. Then we have this one where we have 24. Okay, so I think what we are going to do here, we have many elements where we have some 24 gap here. So let's say let's set a 24 gap on the pricing card, 24 gap, and then we can add our text here. Perfect plan to get started. So this is a 16 pixel secondary 400. So 16 PT gray regular. Perfect plan to get started. Perfect. Then we will move on to the price and the per month. So this is actually two texts, one for the price and one for the indicator for the periodicity or the frequency. So let's reuse this text. I think they're pretty similar. Let's add $0. There we go. Then I think we can reuse this one. So I'm going to duplicate it. Into it, I'm going to type per month. Then I'm going to put the price just on top. And I'm going to put in a row container. And there we go. So once again, I'm going to remove the min height of 40 pixels. Min width, I can let it. And I'm going to align the per month at the center. Yeah, at the center, let's call it. And I'm going to add some gap between them. Maybe not 10, maybe 6. Yeah, 6 is fine, I think. Yeah, that's not bad. For the price, the size is 40 semi-bold. Okay, so I have to increase the font size for this one. 40 semi-bold, and I think we are not too bad. I'm going to add some other groups just while we are building in order to see what we are doing and how it looks like. Yeah, I think it's not bad. All right, so we need to add this one. This one is 16, so this is the same as this one, just the color is changed. So let's reuse this one. And now that I see it, we need to remove the the fit width to content on this one, sorry. Because if we don't, if the text gets too long, it will disrupt the layout. So we don't want that. So let's duplicate it. There we go. We are going to get that. Up, there we go. And let's put in text. All right. Okay, so now all we need to do is to add some icons and some text. The good thing is that we already did that, so we can reuse it and no need to work twice on the same thing. So let's go here and take this one. So I've hit Command C. Let's hit Command V to paste it. What was the sync across device? So this is 18 as well. That's perfect. And we simply need to make sure to remove the conditional we used earlier, and same for the icon, because this is what we used earlier for the tab element. So we don't want that. All right, we have some min height as well on this one, so let's remove it. Okay, and now that we have the first one, we can simply hit Command D as many times as we need. And what gap do we have here? 24 as well. So we do not need to group them because the gap between each other is the same, but I think since they are pretty related, I prefer to group them just in case. I think this will be clearer. Group features. There we go. So how many do we have? 1, 2, 3. We have 6. So I'm missing 2. So let's do that. So I'm going to modify the icons so I can select them in bulk. And I think this one is called, yeah, it's called X. Let's modify the color to be, yeah, this one, I think. And same for the text. So yeah, the color for the icon was secondary 400 and the text 400 as well. All right. So secondary 400 for the icons and for the text as well. Same, we can select them in bulk and secondary 400. All right. And we're only missing a button at the bottom. So up. Let's add a button. I'm going to be using one of the styles I created earlier. There we go. And get started. This will be button get started free, because we'll have several buttons like this. All right. I think we're okay. So in terms of min width, we can see that this one right now is 312 pixels wide. So I think we can go with 300 of min width. That will be okay. So right now it's taking more space because the other one does have a min width, sorry. So now that we have our pricing card, we can select it and Command D, and we have our price cards. So now I can say free, basic, premium, for example. There we go. Let's say $19 per month. And this one, really expensive, $39 per month. All right. And let's say that this one has this, and this one has them all. There we go. All right. So now what we need to do is the frequency selector. So first of all, I'm going to rename everything. So let's call it periodicity selector. All right. Let's call this one group monthly, and this one group yearly. If you remember what we did earlier in this course, we used the custom state that we attached to the selector itself. So in this case, not this one. So let's add a new custom state, which will be, let's call it frequency. This will be a text. And this is what will track which periodicity selected. So let's set its default value to months. All right. And let's modify the conditional on each of these ones. So we are not watching the old one. This is why you have an error. We are watching the periodicity selector, active frequency, sorry, is months. So when this is months, this tab will be active. Now we can copy this condition and place it on the text as well. And then we can make the same here, except that this is not months. Let's say that this will be year. And there we go. Now, all we need to do is to add some workflow to it. So let's add a workflow on this one. We will use the set state of an element action. What element are we going to set the state of? The periodicity selector. This is the frequency. So when I click on monthly, I want it to be months. And when I click on yearly, state of an element, periodicity selector, frequency, I'm going to put it to year. All right, so let's take a look at our pricing section. All right, so it's looking good. Our tab selector is working perfect, but right now it's not connected to anything here. So what we need to do is that on each pricing here, we need to add a condition that says that when periodicity selector frequency is here, then we will modify the text inside this text element. In this case, for the $0, it will stay $0, but let's copy this condition and let's put it here. And let's say that we want to make it go to $190. And for this one, $390. This way, when the tab here, the custom state for the tab for the frequency will be in here, this text will be changed with the actual value of the price. And same for this one, we can modify the text into it in order to say per year instead of per month. And then we can paste it here, here, and here. There we go. So if we take a look, yearly, and the values are updated correctly. And now, if we see how it behaves on smaller screen, it collapses, the card under goes below the others, and it keeps doing so until we arrive at 1 per row. And if we continue to go smaller, it will not move. This one will take 1 row per card. And there we go, we made our pricing section. Alright, so let's work on the CTA section. This one is a bit tricky because we have to handle this image, which is a bit tricky and a bit special to handle because it needs to be positioned perfectly, and in Bubble it's tricky. It's a bit complicated to handle. So let's retrieve some section that we can duplicate from our previous work. We're going to take this one, so I'm going to hit Command and D. I'm going to make it go last so that it goes to the bottom of the page. I'm just going to rename it. There we go, CTA and CTA, there we go. Now, what we can do already is to send the right group to the left of the group. We can remove this one. We can add a button that will be primary large, that will say get started, and that will be placed at the bottom of the group. Alright, I'm just going to take the text from the CTA right now so that we have the same number of lines on the design and on Bubble. There we go, and I'm going to update the image. So I'm going to take the image from Figma, content CTA, I'm going to replace it, yep, and content CTA. Alright, so now if we take a look at the Figma, we can see that both groups, left and right, have the same padding on the top, and the group on the right isn't affected by the padding on the left. So we can keep the padding on top and left, this will not bother us. However, the padding on the right we need to remove in order to have the image be sent to the extreme right of the group, and the padding on the bottom we have to find a solution because they do not have the same value for this one and this one. This one is centered on the text, on the group, sorry, but this one is not. So if we don't put any padding, this one will go up, will be stuck up there, and this one will not be at the right place. So we can keep up and left, but we have to remove the padding on the right. So there we go. And whoops, sorry, left I said we can keep, and bottom we remove. So right now we are not too far from the result we want to have, because the image is already on the bottom right of the screen, but we need to find a way to add some more padding or margin on this one. So what we can do is simply add some margin here to make sure that this one goes up, or we can simply align it to the top. No, I mean, yep, no, it is already aligned to the top, sorry. So we simply can add some padding, and that should do the trick. If we take a look, just going to remove the debugger. Yep, and if we take the look, this is not sticking to the right of the screen because we have some max width on the group itself. But if you remove this max width, this will be very ugly on a bigger screen because the image will expand too much and the text will expand as well, and everything will not be aligned perfectly with the other section. So I would advise not to do that and keep it as it is, because then when you when the screen gets smaller, it behaves perfectly, and this is what we want in the end. So I would suggest to keep it like this, and then as we can see, we simply have to adapt a few conditional to have the right padding here and there, and that should do the trick. So that will do. Let's see how it behaves responsively. So first I think we have to remove this one, left padding and right padding, because we don't want that. So let's go on smaller screens. Here, this one, we can align it to the bottom so that it always stays at the bottom, like this. There we go. And now we can see that when these two collapse, here we don't have any padding on the right, which will be problematic because as soon as the screen gets too small, the text will end up touching the right part of the screen. So we don't want that, and also we want to continue decreasing our padding on the left. So we had 24 before, and now we need to add some padding to this one, the same way we added some padding bottom. So we need to have a conditional, current page width less than 992, so padding bottom, and padding right. Padding right will set 24, padding bottom will set to 0. That should do the trick. And sorry, the padding isn't on this one. That's the wrong group. Where did we put the padding? That was a margin? Yeah, that was a margin. That's why. Yep, sorry, it was margin bottom. So we don't want to modify the padding, we want to modify the margin. Margin bottom will go to 0. And we can put some margin right to 24 so that it is equal to the one on the left. And then we have our CTA. This is behaving like we want to. This is pretty much the same thing as the one in the Figma, as we can see here. We only have the button that needs to be bigger, so let's add a conditional on it. So less than or equal to 768. We can say that min width 100%. This way it takes the whole width inside the container. And there we go. That's basically it for the CTA section. Now we can move to the footer. All right, let's now work on the footer. This one is not too complicated. You will see it's just a bunch of groups, a bit more than what we did earlier, but that should be fine. So if we take a look at the footer, basically, I'm going to lock it. Basically, we have several groups. So we have the first group of the footer, which is a colon container. So let's do something like that. Yeah. Sorry. Up, there we go. So we have the first group, which is a colon container that contains other group inside of it. In particular, we have this first group, which is containing all the nav links of our footer, and then we have just below them another group that contains the privacy policy, terms and conditions, and the cookie policy. So two groups inside of a colon container, and in this one we have several groups that are in a row container. So this one will be a row container. So we have this one and all this one. So actually what we'll do is that we have a big group here that will contain all those smaller groups with all these links. So basically that's what we are going to do, more or less. Oops. Yep, that's what we are going to do, and there we go. Oops. And same for this one. This one will be a group row containing, there we go, containing this group with all these rows, and then we have another group, or at least that will be a text, a standalone text that will be there. So basically that's what we are going to do for the footer. So nothing too fancy, nothing too complicated. It's just the number of groups that is a bit more than usual. So let's clear all that and let's get to work. Just going to no, okay, all right. Sure. All right, so let's jump into Bubble. There we go. Okay, so same as usual, we are going to duplicate one of our sections in order to keep the same padding and responsive properties. So this one, there we go. Section footer. And same for this one. Up, there we go. All right, so I'm going to delete everything that's into this, and we'll be doing that from scratch. So if we take a look at our footer, as we said earlier, we have one group on the top of it. So this is our group inner, and then we have a group on top that will contain all that, and then a second group that will contain the links at the bottom. So let's add our first group, which will be group, let's say, logo plus nav links, which is a row, because we'll have the logo of the company on the left of the group and all the nav links on the right. So let's start by adding the logo of the company and the tagline. I'm going to export this logo. So I'm going to add a group that will hold our logo and our tagline. Logo plus tagline. There we go. I'm going to add some spacing between the logo and the tagline. So I can now drop an image into this. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to keep the element aspect ratio fixed, and for the logo inside the footer or header, we usually use a fixed width because the logo doesn't need to be too big. So there we go. Logo with company name. This is here. There we go. And now I can drop some text just under the logo. That says data visualization. So it is 18 pixel, secondary 400. 18 pixel, secondary 400, and this is a regular, I think. So I'm going to uncheck fit width to content. There we go. I'm going to remove the line breaks that were in the Figma. And sorry, 18 pixel, gray, regular. There we go. And now, as we can see, this is clearly constrained in terms of width. So now it's 188. So I'm going to add some max width to my group logo plus tagline in order to stick to the Figma design. All right, so now I have my group. What I can do is that I can add another group that will be placed on the right of our group footer that will contain all my nav links. And if we take a look at the Figma, all our nav links are first aligned to the right of the group, but also they are simply columns, column group with a title and other links into this. So all we need to do is to, inside of this group nav links, add another group, let's say group column 1. We can add some row gap between each other. We can have a text that will be semi-bold type 20 secondary 500, so 20 pt black semi-bold. The first title is product, so product, there we go. Now I can duplicate this one and sorry, nope, I'm not gonna do that. Instead of adding a text, I'm gonna add a link directly because that's in a footer, so we need a link. And I'm gonna style it so that will be secondary 400, I think. Yep, secondary 400 says regular, 16 regular, sorry. Starting to speak French. 16 regular, and yep, there is a default style on this link, so this link is over, so we have an underline, so that's good. I will keep this. All right, and now I can add a digital invoice, and then this will point to another page. Now that I have that, I can simply duplicate it as much as I need, and what I can do now is that I can we are going to hit fit width to content because this will help us to space out evenly the different columns in the footer. So how many columns we have? We have 4, so I'm going to duplicate it. 2, 3, 4. Oops. I forgot to put the nav links group into a row. I'm going to space them out 24 and 24. And also I'm going to add some spacing between the group logo nav links and the other links. Let's say 80 on the desktop and 32 in row once they will collapse. And this one I'm going to leave like that. All right. So now we have our column. We can align them to the right of the group. This will be better. And if we take a look at how they behave responsively, if I shrink the page, there we go. If I shrink. Yep, so we can see that they are not collapsing because we didn't yet add a min width. So we could add a min width, but in this case, the min width will come in conflict with the 200 max width pixel that we set for this one. So what we can do earlier instead is that here we're at 768, sorry. We could add a conditional that say current page width less than or equal to 768 pixel, and then we will force them to collapse because this one will take 100% of the line. And there we go. And now we need to work on this one as well. We could add another conditional that says when it is less than 768, then what we are going to do is that we are going to align them. We could say align them at the start. We could space between them. Space between, I think is right. Space between will maximize the amount of space between each element so that we space them out evenly in this case. So I think it's good. And then if we keep going down, we can see that since they are each in fit width to content, they take a definite amount of space, which is 106 pixels in this case. So if we continue going down, they will in the end collapse one by one. But I think in this case, I prefer to align them to the left because when they are collapsed, they are all to the left of the screen. So I think it's better to do that way. So I'm going to align them to the left of the screen. I think that's better. All right. So that's the first part of our footer. Now we can work on the bottom part. So all we need is a divider here, 3 links, and a text on the right. So for the divider, as always, we will be using a shape. So I'm going to send it to the bottom of the group. For the width, it will take the full width. Height, I think it's 1 or 2 pixels, I'm not sure. 1 pixel, and it's primary 200 for the color. So appearance and primary 200. All right. And now all I need to do is to add another group. Let's say footer bottom. There we go. Make last. This one will be a row. There we go. And this one will hold on its left the 3 links to the privacy policy, terms and conditions, and cookie policy. So this will be a row container with some gap between each link. So I'm going to take a link from here. So I have duplicated it. So we have privacy policy, and it seems to be darker. So yeah, so 18 secondary semi-bold. So 18p, 18 pixel, semi-bold, and in black. There we go. So now I can duplicate it. And between each of this link, there is a small divider. So I'm going to add another shape that will be 1 pixel in width, and let's say 18 pixel in size, in height, sorry. And then we simply need to remove the 40 min height that we have here and take this one, secondary 500. So let's do this, and then we can copy it one more time and put it behind the other links, between the other links, sorry. And then we have it. So we have the right of a group, so that will be group links. And then I'm going to take this group, and I'm going to copy it and paste it on the other side of my footer bottom, because this will be our copyright mention. In this case, Picolab 2022. There we go. And then I'm going to simply click fit width to content. I think it's smaller, yep, it's the 16 pixel. And there we go. And I'm going to get rid of this min height here, which takes unnecessary space. And I'm going to align this one vertically as well. All right, and then we have our footer on desktop. Now we need to handle the responsive for this part. So if we take a look at how it behaves, at some point they will get too close to each other. So what I like to do in this case is that the privacy policy, all the links inside the links in the footer, at the bottom of the footer, they will need to go on top of each other. So how do we do that? The same way we handle that for this, we are going to add a conditional that would set each min width for each of these links to 100%. This way they all go down to each other, and we'll simply have to hide the dividers that we have between each links. So how do we do that? Let's say that we want to do that at 768 pixels. We can simply add a conditional, current page width less than or equal to 768. Then we set the min width to 100%. Same for here, 100% and 100%. For the divider, we can add another condition that will 768 that will make this element visible, not visible. So same for the other divider. There we go. And now we have this strange behavior of this being not on top of the other one, because we didn't set the min width to 1% for the group that contained all our link. So page width less than 768, sorry, min width 100%. There we go. Now all we have to do on top of the min width is to align the text to the left. This way it's way cleaner. Yep, sorry. Text alignment, and there we go. And we can add, sorry, in the footer bottom some row gap here and some column gap as well. So let's say 24 and 24. It's a bit too much. There we go. And there we go. We have our footer. So if we take a look at the preview, we have our footer with some underlining, etc., that you can customize. And if the page goes narrower, we can see that everyone is behaving correctly. Right, so we have almost a complete landing page. All we need to do now is to create the navigation header and make it work on responsive, which is a bit trickier, which is why we are doing it last. So let's get going. Okay, so last but not least, let's work on the navigation header. So there are a few tips and tricks to know when you are building a navigation header on Bubble, especially in order to make it mobile friendly and make it work on mobile at all. So we are going to cover that, and we are going to do that in two parts. The first one, we are going to focus on the desktop version of the header, and on the next part, we'll be focusing on building a small logic that will make it work on mobile. So if we take a look at the header, we can see that it is made of 3 different groups. So the one with the logo and the name of the company. Then we have another group in the middle of the header with the different nav links. And then we have a third group with the buttons. So let's jump into Bubble, and we are going to add a floating group. Why a floating group? Because for a navigation header, most of the time, you will want the header to follow the user when he scrolls, so that it doesn't go out of sight from the page. So we'll set a min height of 100 because this is the height of the header in Figma, so we'll stick to the design. And I'm going to remove the shadow we have by default. And in order for the floating group to not conflict with the other groups on the page, we are going to add a corresponding margin on the first section of the page, which is 100% of margin on the top. Right. Now we can set the correct background color, which is secondary 700 for this one. And there is also a border on the bottom. I don't remember the color. This is a white, so 6F, with a 16% opacity. So let's select white, 16% opacity. All right. Now we have our floating group, at least the outer container. So I'm going to say floating group header-outer. Similarly to what we did with the other groups on the page, we are going to add an inner container that will have a max width constraint in order to prevent the header from going too large. So let's add a group inside of the header. Let's center it vertically, that will be on the group. There we go. And let's add a 1200 pixel max width and let's center it. So we don't see it now, but this will help us. And finally, we will add some padding, on the header, and the margin should correspond to the margin we have on the other group to make sure that everything stays aligned. So we will add some 48 of padding, and that will be all we need in theory. So this will be header inner, and this will be a row. And we are going to add some spacing of elements 2020. All right. So let's add our first group, which will be the company logo, so group logo. I'm going to set it to row because we are going to use this later. You'll see why. And I'm going to add an image into it. There we go. And I'm going to get this logo. I'm going to get it in SVG. All right. So keep element aspect ratio fixed, yes, and the logo is 144 pixels. Usually in the header, no need to have a logo that is too big, and the width is generally fixed. So let's keep 144. Let's stick to the design. And this is this one. All right, so that's our logo. Let's center it vertically, this is important. We have our group logo here. We are going to fit width to content so that it takes only the space it needs. And now we can add the group that will contain our lav links. So let's call it lav links container. We will set it to row. And let's add 16 of column gap and of row gap. So we will not be doing the menu focus group because that's not the point of the course. We'll be doing some simple links. So it's 18 pixel, white and medium. So let's add some links. So 18 pixels. This is white and in medium. So let's say that we have product. We may have pricing as well. Contact. Oops. Yeah, benefit how it works. Okay. Benefits and how it works. All right, that will do. So now we are going to center these links in our group. There we go. And now all we need to do is to add a last group that will contain our buttons. So let's add a group that we will call group buttons. Obviously, this group will be of type row. Let's add some spacing between each button, and now we can add our button. So, what's the size of the buttons? 52, so that should be a large. Primary large. Yeah, 44. Get started, and then we can duplicate this one and secondary large, it will be cyan. It's not exactly the same design, but that will do. And now I'm going to select fit width to content for this one so that they only take the space they need. I want this one to be as large as they can be in order to be centered within the header, but this one I don't really need to. So if we take a look in our preview, you can see that we have our header. It is aligned perfectly with all the elements, and if we scroll, the header follows, and we have our links, our button, etc. But now, obviously, this is not responsive yet, because if we reduce the page, you can see that it's not going perfectly. So, what we need to do is, at some point, we need to make both the nav links and the group buttons disappear. So if we take a look at when things start to look weird, you can see that 992 is a good breakpoint because it did not start to look bad, but it's not far from beginning. So what we're going to do is that we're going to add a conditional on this one. So current page reads less than, let's take 992. This is usually a good breakpoint for a header, I think. And we're going to mask the group nav links, but also the group button. So now our header is completely empty. All right. So what we are going to do is that we are going to add a button. So when I said add a button, I'm talking about this one. So the button that we toggle the mobile menu, but we are going to add it into the group logo next to the image so that when the groups are hidden, the button to show the mobile menu will directly go to the far right of this group. So let's add a group. I'm going to call that mobile menu toggle. This will be an align to parent, and I'm going to set it to 40 by 40. And I'm going to set it to the right of the image. All right, and inside of it, I'm going to add an icon. I'm going to set the group to, align to parent. I already did that. I'm going to center the icon. I'm going to remove this padding. Once again. The size of the icon, I'm going to set 24 by 24. I think that's good. And in phosphor, the menu is called list. And I'm going to set it to white. All right. So we have our menu, our mobile menu. So by default, I obviously don't want this menu to be visible on desktop. So I'm going to mask it on page load. This way it will not be visible. And when the nav links and the button disappear, I want to make this toggle appear. So I'm going to take this condition, copy it, and paste it. And instead of not making it visible, I'm going to make it visible. So if we take a look at what it does, you can see that when I shrink the page, the button disappears, and I have my toggle that appears just after my button. All right. So now it is stuck at the far left of my group. So what I have to do here is at the same point where everyone appears or disappears, I need to make this one be full width. This way, this one will be, will take the full width, and all we have to do now is set the container alignment to space between, so that the logo will be on the far left of the group, and the mobile toggle will be on the far right. So if we take a look at what it does, and there we go. We have everything we need here. What we need to do now before going further is to modify the padding here at the same time as this one, because here we have 48 pixels of padding, and here we have 24 at least, I think. So let's modify that. So when current page reads less than or equal to 992, we want to modify the padding, left and right, and we want to modify it to 24. Because that's what we are doing here on all the other sections. So if we take a look, there we go. Now everything is aligned perfectly. You can see that the logo is aligned with all the sections and it's working perfectly. All right, so that was the first part. Now we need to build the logic to make the mobile menu appear. So now that we're ready to work on this, let's work on the mobile menu. So if we remember earlier, we have all these buttons, this link, sorry, and those buttons, and we've simply hidden them when we are on a specific page width. What we need to do is simply to, when we click this button, make them appear and make them go behind below the other buttons, below the logo and everything. So if we take a look at it in the editor, when we are under 992 pixels, we can see that if we display them, you can see that they are still here, but they are not where we want. So what we are going to do is first correct this problem where we have the elements going up. So for this, we are going to add some padding bottom and top. And what we want to do is simply to, when we click the mobile menu, to show this element. So to do that, we are going to add a workflow on our mobile menu that will toggle our group navlinks container, and that will also toggle our group buttons, which is this one here. So toggle, what does this do? What does the toggle action do? That it shows an element when it is already done, or it hides it when it is already visible. So it avoids to do two different actions when we do a show hide. So what does it look like if we do that? Well, basically, it's not amazing. It's not amazing because this navlinks should be one on each line, and these buttons should be under the navlinks. So this, we can simply correct it using some conditionals. So if we go into the responsive view, what we can do first is to add a conditional on the navlinks container, saying that when the current page width is under 992, the mean width of this group should be 100%. And already, we move the button at the bottom. We can do the same with the button, so mean width 100%, there we go. And now we can do the same with the button and all the links, meaning that when the page width is under 992, we want the mean width to be 100%. And same for the other one. This is not up, there we go. So that's already better, and now we want to do the same for all these logos. There we go. Up. And same for this one. And what we want to do on top of that for the links, you do what you want, but I prefer to align them on the left. You could let them on the right as well, but I prefer to have them on the left. There we go. Oops. This one is lacking this alignment, text, and there we go. All right. So now, if we take a look at our menu, let me shrink the page. Oops. If we take a look at this, we already have a working menu, but we would like to make it take 100% of the height, because currently it's not very clear and it needs to be worked on. So what we can do is simply on the floating group, we could add another condition that says that when current page width under 992, meaning that we are in a mobile landscape for our menu, and group navlinks container is visible, then the mean height of the floating header should be 100%. Why is that? Because it means that under 992, we are on the mobile mode for this floating for this header, and the navlink container is visible, means that the user has clicked this button and that he wants to open the menu. So this condition will make the floating header take the whole height. if we take a look at what it does, and there we go. So now we simply have to align everything at the top, because we have this issue. So let's see from where it comes. All right, sorry. So I had to search why the menu was aligned to the center, and funny thing is that we simply did this for the floating header. So we need to add on the condition container alignment, and we need to set it to top in order to make all the content aligned to the top. I forgot that we aligned to the center. So if we take a look at our header, right now everything is aligned to the top and we're good. One thing we can do is to modify the icon. However, when the mobile menu is opened, we need to display a cross, a X, instead of the rest. So what we can do is current page width less than or equal to 992, and navlinks container is visible. So that means that the mobile menu is toggled, is opened. Then we can simply modify the icon and, for example, display a X like this. So if we take a look at our header, now this is way better. And there we go. Our landing page is now complete. It is fully responsive, and you now know how to build a complete landing page from a Figma design to Bubble. Hope you liked it. Now we can move on to project number 2, where we will build a dashboard. Alright, so now that we're done with the landing page, we can move on to project number 2, which is to actually build our first dashboard. So let's take a look at the Figma design first. We're going to analyze it, see how it is structured and how we are going to build it, and then we will jump into Bubble. So first thing first, I'm going to add some tabs, because in this Figma design, we only have the first tab, which is the main dashboard tab. But this is fine because this is some common pattern that you will find most often in the dashboard design. So once we will have done this tab, you will have a pretty good view of what can be done with the responsive design. And also we are going to make two other tabs, which will be based, the first one on the transaction history card that we have here. This will be a bigger list and a wider version of this transaction history card. So we will make a dedicated tab to this. So let's say that we will replace this by transactions. All right, so that will be our second tab. And the other tab we are going to do without Figma design, because it wasn't included in this Figma design, but we are going to take inspiration from a dribble shot that I'm going to put in the resources, in the link resources just below this video. So make sure to go check it. So we're going to build a list of contacts that can be, for example, the team of the user in this case. So we're going to use this type of card. We're going to modify some information on the fly, but basically that's how it will be structured, and we're going to put this into a repeating group. Why? Because that will show you how you can make a repeating group responsive without using as much conditional as you will need, and with this particular thing, which is a very common pattern that you will encounter in a lot of applications. So this is important to practice on this one. This sort of card design, you will forever find it on real estate projects. This one is mine. For example, you have these cards here, and they need to be responsive to adapt to the screen size and go into other column based on the screen width. So this is important to practice this one. This is what we're going to do. So I'm going to take this one, I'm going to copy the image and paste it in Figma so that we have it somewhere practical. Oh, there we go. I'm going to just shrink it a little bit. So basically that's the program. This page with the sidebar, the main tab, the main header here, sorry, all the cards, make it responsive, make the mobile menu for the sidebar, of course, and then the two other tabs, this one and the transaction history. There we go, let's get started. Before jumping into Bubble, let's take a few minutes to really analyze the Figma design and see how the dashboard is structured and how we're going to build it in Bubble. So as always, we're going to do what we call a wireframing, a basic one, really on the fly, etc. So we are going to use some colors in order to dissect the dashboard into multiple groups that are going to interact with each other. So basically, if we take a look at this, we can see the first group, obviously, the sidebar. So this is this one. do it to, oops, sorry, I have to lock this one up. So the sidebar, which is this one, I'm going to put some red, let's say 30%, or maybe less, 10%. All right, so this is our first group. Then we have another group, which will be the header on the top, that are moving independently from the other one, and which is obviously a floating group, because this will not scroll down with the page. This will always stay on top. It will stick to the top of the screen. So we will be making a floating group. And by the way, for the sidebar, we will be using a floating group as well. Then we have another group, which is the main page container. So this is this one. I'm sorry, I'm going to copy this. So this is this one. That will contain all the groups we have here. But into this group, we have some other group, which is a pattern that we already came across a bunch of time, which is a grid with 2 columns in full width. So if we take a look, we need to duplicate this one. You can see that I have my first column on the left here, and then my second column on the right, just here. How can we see that? Because we can see that discard the first one on the top, the spending statistics and the balance are not on the same line. You can see here that this one is bigger than this one, and this will be pretty hard to do without this type of structure, because we'll have a gap here, because if we had only one group here, the group containing those 2 cards would take the height of the biggest group in this group, which is this one. So we would have a gap here, and this one will be slightly lower. So we'll have a group here, another group here, and then on the responsive version, which we don't have here, I think, yeah, no, this one will basically go below the other, and we'll have all the information. So that's basically how it's going to look. For the sidebar, when the screen gets too narrow, we're going to hide the sidebar, and we are going to hide a mobile menu with a toggle here in this group that will simply show the sidebar with a mobile version of it. So that's basically all we need. And if we take a look at the sidebar, once again, this is a column group, obviously, that will contain a few elements, such as first one, the logo. And then we have the main menu with all these tabs. And then we have another group containing these tabs. And finally, we have the logout button. So that's basically how we are going to structure this. And this is how we are going to make it responsive. So we have the sidebar, the top header. We have a group inside here, which is this one, the red one, that have some padding and a different background color, as we can see here, that will contain 2 column groups, this one, and each of them have some cards inside of them. So that's basically all we need to do. So okay, so let's start by creating a new page on which we are going to add our new dashboard. So let's make a new page. We are going to call it dashboard, and we are not going to clone it from anything. So by default, this page will be fixed in terms of layout, so we have to update it and set it to column. You could set it to row, but in this case I prefer to use column. We'll see why a bit later. So let's start by make the different structures of our app. So first thing first, we are going to work on the sidebar and on the header. Why are we going to make these two before the other? Because these two are interacting together, meaning that our sidebar has a width of 286 pixels, and our header, we need to have the corresponding margin on the left in order to not overlap the sidebar. So we're going to make these two together, then we're going to make them responsive. And then we'll get moving onto the tabs, the navigation system, obviously, and the other element, and then we'll move on onto the cards. So let's start with the sidebar first. So we're going to add a floating group on our page. So there we go. And just one more thing before going, we are going to check the background color of this page, which is F6, F7, F9. And we are going to update it on our page in order to see a little bit better what we are doing. There we go. Now we can see our sidebar. So let's rename it floating group sidebar left. And we are going to make it vertically float relative to both. What does it do? Basically, it tells Bubble to this floating group needs to float relative to both the top and the bottom. Thank you. But basically, that means that this group will be scrollable and will adapt itself, adapt its height to the height of the page automatically. And that's precisely what we want for a sidebar. If the screen is not high enough for the sidebar, the user should be able to scroll into it to reveal all the elements from the sidebar. So that's basically what this does. Float relative to left. If you want your sidebar on the left, set it to left. If you want to right, set it to right, or center if you want in some use cases. Most of the time this will be left. All right, we are going to not make it fixed width. We are just going to add some max widths and some min widths. Not really important in this case because it's a floating group, but we're going to set it to a smaller min width, for example 200. And we are not going to fit height to content. In this case, this one is overruled by the vertically float relative, so we don't really need it, but I'm going to uncheck it just to make sure. Right. And now we can make some styling. So we can see here that we have a little stroke, a border on the right. So let's check what it is. Look, secondary 100 inside and 1 pixel of width. So let's set it. We are going to define each border independently. Border style right. I'm going to set it to solid, and we're going to select secondary 100, which should be this one. All right. And then we can move on and add some padding. I don't know if we have the dimensions. I don't think. No, we don't. So most of the time on sidebar, what I do is that I simply add 24 of padding. That does the trick usually. All right, so now we can add our logo. I'm going to export the logo in SVG. I'm going to set it to my downloads. And now we can go ahead and add an image. We're going to keep element aspect ratio fixed. I forgot to check the width of the image. So it's 144 pixels of width. So let's set it to that. 144. We are going to center the logo. And now we can import our logo. So in my downloads, logo with company name. And there we go. So Bubble automatically changed the aspect ratio of the image, which is what we wanted. So now let's get going on the tabs. So we are going to start by the main menu groups, which contains all these tabs. And then we'll make the preferences, which is actually the same group, just with a gap. So we have one big group that will contain both this group and this group with a gap. So let's add our first group, which will ultimately contain all our tabs. We're going to drop it. Let's rename it sidebar tabs -container. All right. We're going to add some gap on our sidebar in order to separate the logo from the other groups. Let's say, for example, 48. Yeah, that should be good. All right. This one, we're going to add another group, which will contain the first group of tabs. So group sidebar tabs group 1. You can rename it however you like. The most important is that it needs to be clear for you in order for you to really find what you are searching for as easily as possible. So there we go. And now, so we have set it to colon because we want each tab to stack vertically from top to bottom. And now we can add our first group, which will be our first tab. So group tab 1. And what I like to do is to call them, tab 1. And let's say dashboard. I like to give this type of naming. All right. So if we take a look at our tabs, we can see that the default appearance of this tab is to be transparent with the font color in secondary 400 medium type 18. So 18 pixels of font size and a secondary 400 in font color. For the icon 22 by 22, secondary 400 as well. So we are going to design our tabs with their default state, and then with some conditionals, we are going to detect on what tab we are currently on and apply some different styling depending on the tab we are actually on. So how do we do that? We are going to set the tab with this type of grouping and padding, but in a transparent color. So basically, if I take a look at here, we can see that it is 55 in height. So I would say maybe 16 by 8, 16 padding on left and right, and 8 and 8 on top and bottom, or maybe 10. So we are going to try that. So let's see, flat color. I'm going to set it to transparent. I'm going to set the container column to layout so that I can have the icon on the left and the text on the right, the label on the right. So let's start by dragging an icon. As we saw earlier, the icon was in secondary 400, which is this one, and it was 22 by 22. 22. I'm going to remove the padding set by default by bubble. There we go. I'm going to center it vertically. And then I'm going to change the icon. I like bold icons, and I can set house, for example. I like this one. All right. And now I can drop the label, which will say dashboard. And it was 18 pt, blue and gray medium, I think. Which was it? Semi-bold or medium? Yeah, medium type 18. All right. And we're going to center it vertically, obviously. And now we can add some dashboard, some gap, sorry. Let's say 10 of column gap. All right. That looks all right. We simply need now some roundness to make sure that the corners are rounded. So we can see that we have 10 pixels of corner radius. So let's apply this to this. And there we go. All right. We are missing the padding, sorry. So let's add it. I'm going to set 16, 16, 8, and 8. I think that will be all right. Yeah, that looks fine. I'm going to simply add some min height to make the tabs a little bit bigger. And now we have our first tab. What we are going to do is a little trick that I like to do when working with navigation on a dashboard, is that on the current tab for a dashboard, I like to set a type of content, which will be text, sorry. And I like in data source to add the tab label directly in the data source, because we can use it in some workflow to make it more dynamic. So basically I'm going to type dashboard all in lowercase, because it's important for the URL that we are going to use a bit later. And I'm going to set this. So first I'm going to uncheck fit to content. I'm going to set this to parent group text, which in this case, for this particular tab, will be dashboard. And I want just a cap letter. So I'm going to capitalize the word. So that what we are going to see here, dashboard. Okay. Why do we do that? Because that will make it more dynamic when we'll be working with conditional and with navigation. We'll come back to the navigation a bit later when we will have our first tab. But currently, what we want to do is to use URL parameters. We will not be talking much about those URL parameters because we will be focusing on responsive here. But it's the best way, in my opinion, to handle navigation in a dashboard, because this will make it persistent. If you refresh the page, you will still stay on the same tab. So this is better experience for the user. So we'll say that we want to get tab from page URL is this group text. All right. So when the tab parameter in the URL is the text from this group, sorry, which in this case is dashboard, then we want to make the tab look like this. So we want a background color of primary 500, then the label to be white and the icon to be white and in fill as well. So let's do that. So I can simply set here the background color to primary 500. All right. Then I can copy the expression that I just created here, get tab from page URL up, and I can add it to my text and set parents group text. So the text of the group this particular text is in. And then I can change the font color and set it to white. Let's do the same for the icon. So icon color, I'm going to set it to white. And also for this particular icon, I'm going to change the icon to make it filled this way. All right. So our first tab is done. Now we need to duplicate it. So Command D, Control D if you're on a Windows, and another time, and I'm going to rename them. So tab 2 will be transactions, and tab 3 will be team, for example. Now I can simply change the data source of my group. I'm going to set team, and I'm going to set here transactions. There we go. And now I can change the canvas placeholder, which is simply the text appearing in the editor. This will not be changed on the particular app. So transactions, and this one will be team. All right. So this is pretty confusing right now because you probably don't see where I'm going, but you will see that it will make sense in a few minutes. So now we can simply change the icons. So I'm going to get, for example, this one. And here I'm going to change it to be this one. Same here, transaction. I'm going to put a euro tag. There we go. All right. Now that we've done that, if we take a look at our preview, you can see that right now, not much is happening. But if I go into the URL and that I add a parameter tab equal dashboard, which is the first tab in our sidebar, and that I refresh the page, we can see that my tab is currently updated with the correct formatting and the correct color. So our conditions are working. If I set transactions, it goes to transaction. And that's precisely what we're going to use for the navigation system. We'll come back to this in the next step. All right, so that's good. What do we need again? We have some other tabs that we can do as well. So let's add some more tabs. I'm going to add 2. We will not be building them because they will not be pretty needed, but let's say that we have contacts examples. I mean, yeah, I just name them tab 4 and tab 5. This will just be placeholder tabs. And I'm going to remove the condition. No, I don't need to. All right, so we have the first group of tabs. We have this one. All right, now all we need to do is to duplicate this first group of tabs, which is this one. We're going to copy it. We're going to paste it in the group sidebar tabs container, which is the group that will contain both the tabs group. And now I can paste it, and we can add some gap between them, for example 48, and then I can remove some tabs based on how much I want. So let's say tab 6, tab 7, tab 7, tab 8, tab 8. All right, so we have our 2 groups of tabs. All we need to do now is to add the logout button, which is at the bottom of the sidebar. So how do we do that? Well, basically, we are going to say to this group that it should expand all the way to the bottom to push this logout button to the bottom of the sidebar. So how do we do this? I'm going to take one of the tabs that will serve as a logout button. I'm going to paste it into the sidebar, and I'm going to take this group, which is containing the 2 groups, and I'm going to uncheck fit height to content, and bam, it pushed the tab all the way to the bottom of the sidebar because it's taking as much space as it can. And now I simply have to update this. So I'm going to take the correct icon, sorry. This one, I don't need it to be dynamic because it's simply a logout button. So I'm going to say logout, and I'm going to remove the conditional we have here. And there we go. All right, so let's take a look. Okay, that's looking pretty good. We can add some conditionals when hovering the tabs to make it clear that they can be clickable by the user. But basically, that's our sidebar in a nutshell. And if we take a look at, okay, all right, perfect. So that's pretty good. We can go ahead and move on to the header. All right. So for the page header, we will have a similar approach than what we did with the sidebar, but at the top of the page. So let's see how it looks. So we have a search bar and then a few information on the user. So basically, this group will be in a row layout, and we'll have a group on the left and another group on the right containing the notification icon and the user information. Also, we can see that we have a stroke, so a bottom border that we need to add, and the border here is the border from the sidebar. So we will simply have to take this header and add the corresponding margin on the left, which is the width of the sidebar. So let's jump back in Bubble, let's add floating group, and then if we take a look at our sidebar, we can see that we put a max width of 286, and this is basically the width of the sidebar, because since we are not in fit width to content, the sidebar is expanding as much as it can, which is 286 pixels. So we can go ahead in our floating group and add a margin left of 286, and as we can see, it's placed directly next to our sidebar. Then we can remove the fixed width of this sidebar, and we are going to set a smaller min width because we don't need that much. And there we go. So vertically float relative to top, we want it to be positioned at the top, and horizontally float relative to left. It doesn't really make much sense to set it in this case, because no matter what we do, in this case, it will take the full width of the page, so it will always be on the full width. So no matter if it's left, right, or center, it will be positioned always the same. So let's let it to left. I'm going to remove the shadow. There we go. And I'm going to set border independently, border style bottom. And this was a secondary 100, which is this one. All right. If we take a look at the height of the sidebar, you can see that it's 80 pixels. So I'm going to decrease the min height here of my header. So let's set it to 80. And there we go. All right. Let's remove it. Let's rename it. Sorry. Floating group top header. There we go. And now what we can do is set it to row. And we are going to build the search bar here, which is basically, since we can't add an icon into an input in Bubble, well, we need to have a first group here, which is the one with the border that contains both the icon and the input. So we have a group in a row layout with an icon and an input. So let's do that. The border for the group is secondary 200. So let's add a group. This will be search bar container. As I said, it is going to be row, and I'm going to set some padding left and some padding top as well. There we go. And now I can set some roundness. Let's set it to 100 so that it is circular, and a border as well, which will be secondary 200. All right. So this is how it looks. I'm going to center it vertically. Also, what I forgot to do is to add some padding on the left and right of our header. I'm going to do this right now. There we go. And now I can take an icon and drop it into my search bar. As always, I'm going to remove the padding by default. I'm going to set the icon to 18, I think. I think that was that. No, 22 by 22, okay. So 22, 22. Oops, sorry. I'm going to center it vertically, always. I'm going to search for, in phosphor, I think it's called magnifying glass. There we go. And I'm going to change its color to secondary 400. All right. And now we can add our input next to the icon. We can set it to none because we don't have a style for that. Font color text, placeholder color, I'm going to say secondary 400. I'm going to remove the border, remove the roundness, and also I'm going to remove the, no, it's alright, I thought we had some border, but no. I'm going to remove the padding that we have on the input because I'm going to put the padding directly into the gap of the group containing all of them. And I'm going to remove the fixed height. And there we go. So now it collapses. So I'm going to set it to stretch. so that it takes the whole height of the group. There we go. I'm going to rename it, input search, for example. Now I can add some gap between the icon and the input. Let's say a 10 pixel gap. There we go. Now, what I'm going to do for the search bar, if I check fit width to content right now, you can see that it collapses, but not entirely because we have a 250 pixel fixed width on the input. I don't want this to be here. At least I don't like to. I'm going to set it on the group instead because it's easier to find and to maintain. I'm going to set 200 pixel width, maybe more, maybe 250 was good. All right, there we go. So now we have our search bar. It's a bit smaller than this one. Maybe we'll change it later. I think we'll. So let's say min width. Yeah, let's set it to 250, but we're going to set a max width to 480. Sorry. And we're going to uncheck fit width to content. This way, when the page will shrink, since we will have a group here, this will shrink as well until it is 250 pixels, and then we'll have to see what it looks like from a responsive perspective. But that should do the trick. All right. So now we can move on to this group, which will contain the notification icon with the bell and the little shape here, then the user information. So let's add another group in our floating group top header. We had a group. I'm going to make it go to the right. So notif plus user identity, let's say. I'm going to center it vertically always. I'm going to add some gap between the search bar and the user group. Let's say 16. 16 should be alright. So first, I'm going to add another group for the notification icon. This group is 44 by 44 pixel. So this one, since it's quite small, we can set it to fixed width. That will not cause any issues. All right. So this will be group notifications. I'm going to set it to align to parent. We will see why just a little bit after. And I'm going to set border style and background color to white. And border style, I'm going to set it to secondary 200 and 999 in order to make it round. There we go. Now to make it circular. All right. So now we can add an icon into our group. And since the parent group, which is the group notification, is set to align to parent, I can move my icon like I want to into this container. For the icon, it will be in the center, but for the little red dot that we have that indicates that there is a new notification, this will be pretty useful. So I'm going to set it to 22 by 22. I think it was black. Yep, it is black. So let's set it to text. There we go. And then find the bell. All right, and now we can add another shape that we will be setting to error 600. I think it's good. We are going to see the width of it, so 11 by 11. We are going to keep element aspect ratio fixed. And now, because we are in an align to parent group, we can simply set it to the top right and make it round. And there we go. We have our notification group that looks more or less exactly the same as this one. So now we can move on to the user group. So group up. I forgot to put the main group into a row. So let's set it. All right. And now this will be group user identity. So this will be a row because the elements are stacked next to each other horizontally. So we have an image, a text, and an icon. So let's start with the image. Let's see the width and export the image as well. Up. So this is John. So 44 by 44, and the icon is 20 by 20. Up. There we go. Let's make it round. 999. And let's get the picture. All right. Now we can add some text. In this case, this will be John Connor, I think. Corners, yeah, it's the same. We'll set it to, I think, 16 pt semi-bold. I think it's good. Let's center it vertically. Of course, we'll add some gap between each element. And also, let's add some gap between the notification group and the user identity. Since we set 16 pixels here between the two groups, I think it's good to set 16 here as well in order to make the gap identical. And now, all we need to do is add an icon. There we go. So this will be caret, I think. Yeah. Set it to secondary 400. As always, let me remove the padding. And it was 20 by 20. And then we can center it and make it last. And there we go. All right. So if we take a look, now we have our header. We simply have a little issue, which is that the text here is taking too much space. So let's get back to our editor. And what we are going to do is that we are going to select fit width to content on each group. So the user identity, and then we also made a mistake, which is that the icon is not in the right group. So I'm going to set it up next to the text. All right. So the user identity, I'm going to set fit width to content, and the group notification, I'm going to set fit width to content as well. And finally, on the top header, I'm going to set the container element to space between, so that we are sure that the search bar and the group containing the notification and the user identity are spaced with the maximum amount of space between them, so that they will be on the left and on the right. And there we go. So let's see the preview, sorry. I'm going to refresh it. And there we go. Now everything is placed like it should, so that's perfect. Okay, so we now have our sidebar and our page header. This is good. We are now going to make them responsive. So how are we going to make them responsive? First, let's check how they are handling in this case. That's strange that Bubble put them in purple, but okay. If we take a look at the responsive, we can see that this is shrinking, and at some point it's doing this, which is normal because we are already on a mobile landscape, so 768, which is a big phone, like a Galaxy Fold or something like that, or a phone in horizontal. What we're going to do at some point is that, what I like to do is that 992, which is the tablet breakpoint, we are going to hide this group, and we are going to add a mobile menu toggle, which is a button that will open the sidebar on the left. So that's basically what we're going to do. We had this one, and we make visible the button to show the mobile menu. So that's basically what we're going to do, and we will also probably add a close button on the sidebar to being able to close it on mobile. So first thing first, let's add a conditional on the sidebar to hide it under 992 pixels of width. So current page width less than or equal to 992. This element is visible? No. So as you can see, it disappeared because there we are already on 992. If I make the page wider, it reappears. Smaller, it disappears. As you can see here, we have a big gap, which is simply the left margin that we put on the header that we need to make, that we now need to set to 0 so that it goes all the way to the left of the page. So let's copy this condition. I'm going to paste it here, remove this element is visible, and I'm going to modify the left margin and set it to 0. There we go. Now it's behaving like it should. Now we can go ahead and add a mobile toggle button and probably hide the search bar or the input, maybe, in order to make it responsive, because here in this case, yes, it goes below in terms of pixels, but now it's taking too much space. So what we're going to do is probably hide the search bar on mobile and add a mobile menu toggle. So for this, we are going to need to go back to the builder, and we are going to add, I'm going to take this group because I like the border. So let's add it. I copied it. We are going to add it to the top header container. There we go. So let's center it and let's send it to the left of the group. I'm going to remove the shape, and I'm going to replace this icon with, I think it's a list, yeah, so this one, which will be our menu, and I'm going to rename it to mobile menu toggle. Alright, so now that it is here, we need to make it appear when this sidebar disappears. So let's take back this conditional. There we go. Now, under 992, you want it to appear. So we are going to check this element is visible, but we don't want it to appear by default when the user is on desktop. So I'm going to hide it by default. And there we go. So now if we take a look, and there we go, we have our mobile menu that appears correctly. What I'm going to do now is that I'm going to hide this search bar on mobile. There we go. And now we have a header that goes all the way down to 380 pixels and behaves correctly. So now what we need to do is to make sure that this button, when clicked, will show the floating group of the sidebar. So for this, I'm going to add a workflow on it. There we go. And when clicked, I'm going to animate an element. You could use a show or hide an element, but for this case, I like to use an animated element because this will make a neat animation in order to make the sidebar appear. So animated element. What element do we want to make appear? It is the sidebar left, and we want to use an animation. You could try different animation based on what you like and what you need. What I like to do is use the no bounce, and based on the direction and in or out, we are going to use the left in because we want to make it appear from the left. So if we take a look at what it gives us, so I'm going to shrink my page. There we go. Now here, and then my sidebar appears, but there is an issue with the overlapping of the elements. So we need to resolve that. Okay, so there is an issue with the overlapping of the elements, so we need to resolve that. The easiest use case in this case, the easiest thing to do is to add some top margin on the sidebar to make the sidebar go below this element, because then we can simply use the same button to open and close the sidebar. So let's do this. So basically what we want to do is that under 992 pixels, so when this sidebar is not visible, we want to add it some top margin that will correspond to the height of the top header. So let's do that. The height of our header is 86 pixels, I think, 80 pixels. Yeah, 80 pixels. So under 992, it is not visible, but we will also add top margin of 80 pixels. So now, if you try again, there we go. This is way better. So now what we want to do is to make sure that the user can close the sidebar with the same button. So what we are going to do is that we are going to add a condition, which is when floating group sidebar left is visible. So we want to change the icon and set it to, let's say, X. This way, this will transform visually in a right button. If we take a look at the preview, we can see that now we know that we can close the sidebar with this button. So what we simply need to do is now to update the workflow to make the floating group appear when it is not visible and make the floating group disappear when it is already visible. How do we do that? We are going to add a condition on our first workflow. So this one makes the floating group appear. So we want to trigger it only when the floating group sidebar left is not visible. And then we are going to copy it, and we are going to paste it, and we are going to inverse the condition. So when it is already visible, we want to hide it. So we want to use the no bounce left, not in. This will make it appear, but out. And if we refresh, I'm going to remove the debugger as well. If we refresh, we can see that now I can make it appear and I can make it disappear. As easy as that. So that's done for the mobile menu. we can move on to building the actual dashboard. Okay, so now that we know that our sidebar and our top header are both responsive, and that our user can actually access the sidebar even on a mobile, we can focus on building the actual dashboard, so basically the tabs that are going to go here in the gray part of the page. So let's go ahead and start by adding our groups, our main groups, which will be sort of the page wrapper, so the page that will contain the different tabs. So jump back into Bubble, we are going to add a group, and then we'll have a first surprise, which is that the group is completely hidden by both the sidebar and the header. So what we're going to do is simply add the corresponding margin on the left and on the top. So on the left it was 286, and on the top it was 80 pixels. So I'm going to set margin top 80 pixels and left 286. Basically that's it. And now we simply need to make sure that when the page is under 992, we want the group to go back all the way to the left. Because if we don't, let's see what it does. I'm going to simply add some color. There we go. If we don't do that, here's what happens. So we have our group here. If we don't do that, when the sidebar disappears, the group doesn't go all the way to the left. So we need to add a conditional, which will say that page width less than or equal to 992 pixels, left margin, and we're going to set it to 0. We don't need to do the top margin because the header is already visible. So if we take a look now we can see that the group is going all the way to the left of the screen. Alright, so that's cool. So this group will be what I like to call the page wrapper. Basically, it will hold all the different tabs of our dashboard. Why do I do that? Because this way I can set a padding on this group and it will affect all the tabs on the dashboard. We don't have to individually set the padding on each tab of our dashboard. So I'm just going to remove the background color, there we go. And now into it I can add another group, which will be our first tab. And what I like to do is rename them, tab 1 equal dashboard. Alright. And then we'll have tab 2 transaction, tab 3 teams, etc., as many tabs as you need. Alright, so we have our container, we have everything we need. Now we can move on to building the actual card. So we'll have a group on the left and a group on the right. As we can see, the group on the left seems to be twice the width of the group on the right. So we will have some max width of around 66% and 33% for this one. But other than that, we are good to go. So let's get going. Let's add our first group, which will be group left. And then we can add another one in the same group, which will be group right. There we go. So now, if we take a look at them, I'm just going to add some margin, some gap, between them and set it to row, obviously. So if we take a look at them, we can see that this one and this one are next to each other, but they take the same amount of space. So that's not what I want. Sorry, look, I'm going to add some max width of 33%. This way it takes less space than the one on the left. And maybe 33 is a bit too small. I'm going to set it to 40. Alright, so let's make our first card. As we can see, it's a basic white card. Do we have some shadow on it? I don't think so. No, I think it's simply white. Yep. Alright, so simply white with some padding and the 10 pixel radius roundness. So let's add it to our group left. So background color, this will be white. I'm going to detach the style because we are going to create one. Radius is 10. I'm going to set some padding. I think 16 could be nice. 16. All right. Yeah, I think it looks right. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a style for this, which I'm going to name white tile. You can name it however you want. It simply needs to be clear for you because we are going to use this particular style on all the cards of this dashboard. So this way we have one style that we can modify if we need for all the cards. So let's start by the title, which is 16 pixels, semi-bold, and then we have some icons. We will not be doing the carousel and the graph as well, because that's not the point of this tutorial, but we will be building the UI for everything else. So there we go. Let's add our first group in order to both the title and the year selector. Which is a row. There we go. So I'm going to add my text. This was saying spending statistics, and it was 16 pt black semi-bold. All right. And now I can add an icon which was caret left. I'm going to remove the padding on this one, and it was so 24 by 24 for the outer container of the icon, and the icon itself is 12 by 12, and it's black. So 12. Now we can go ahead and group this icon in an align to parent container so that we can keep it centered. And the group itself was 22 by 22. The icon is centered. We had some background color, which was F6, F7, F9, F6, F7, F9, and I think 6 of roundness. So this is what will be our button previous year in order to go to the previous year. I forgot to set the icon to text. There we go. So that's my left button. I can simply duplicate it to have our right icon. Caret right. I'm going to rename it. There we go. Group next year. Now what I can do is simply add some text between them. So semi-bold type 14. So I'm going to duplicate this text. I'm going to set it to 14 pt black semi-bold. I'm going to move, set 2025. I'm going to move this text, well, center it vertically first, same for this one. And I'm going to move this text between the two arrows, and I'm going to select all the three of them, and I'm going to group them into a row container. And now I can hit fit width to content. I can remove the min height, and what I can do is also center vertically these two ones and rename this one. Group year selector, and I'm going to center vertically this one as well. There we go. Now I can remove the min height from this group, and what I can do is use space between for the spacing to make them go both on the left and on the right. And I need to add some gap between each of these ones. So I'm going to add some gap on the year selector. Let's say 10. And that looks fine, I think. Yeah, the gap is a little bit bigger here. So let's say maybe 16. But basically that's it. For the graph, what we are going to do is that we are not going to make it. Can I export it like this? No, I can't. So we are going to add, now if you want to add a graph, you can use, I think, the chart element from Bubble. You have also other plugins, but let's go with this one for now. So you can install it, it's free, and then you can take the line bar chart and drop it into the group. So we are going to remove the fixed width. We are going to let it take the full width and make sure that it keeps the element aspect ratio fixed, and let's say 4:3 maybe. Maybe 4:2. Yeah, 4:2 is fine. And all we need to do now is add some gap between each of them. Let's say 16. It's not too bad. I'm just going to modify the color in order to make it on brand. Let's say primary 500 and primary 100. I think it's fine. Maybe decrease the opacity. that's not too bad. Alright, that will do for now. I don't have any data to put in this group, so we'll use that and that will be fine. So basically that's it. If we take a look at the preview, so my graph is not here because it doesn't have any data, but basically we have our first card. So that's good. Alright, now we can move on the total income and total expense. So basically we have two groups, one on the left, so the main one, which is the card containing both a group on the left for the total income and its icon. We have a divider here, which is a basic shape, and then we have the second group, which is the same one as this one, but with a different color. So we have to make this one, we duplicate it, we have the divider, and then we're good to go. So first we have a title and an icon that are on the same line. This one is simply aligned to the top. And then we have the total with another text, and then finally a text. Alright, so for the title, we are going to duplicate this one. So there we go. For the icon, we are going to reuse this one but make it bigger. So there we go. Let's see the dimension in the Figma. This was a 42 by 42, and the icon itself is 24 by 24. So 42, 42, there we go. The icon 24, 24. I'm going to change it to make an arrow. This one. I'm going to set it to success. Let's say, yeah, success 700. That will be fine. And then income. And as we can see on the Figma, the total income text is aligned to the top of this icon, the icon container. So I'm going to take it and make sure that it is aligned to the top. And there we go. So total income, it says. All right. So we have our first line. So let's group title. We have our first line. Now we need the total amount with the USD currency and another text under them. So first text is 32 and the other one is 14. So I'm going to add another text. So let's say $50,000. I'm going to make it, I don't think I have 32, no, I have 23, so 23 pt, black, bold. I'm going to change the size to be 32. Alright, now I can add another text, which will say USD, which was 14 pt, gray irregular, I think, maybe medium. And now I can take the two and group them into a row container to make sure that they are next to each other horizontally. And I can remove any min height. I can let the min width, it's okay. And I'm just going to align this one to the bottom. There we go. Or maybe to the middle, I think it's better. And I'm going to add some gap, not too much. I think 8 pixels is good. Okay. So if you take a look at that, I think it's not bad. And then we need this text, which is 12 pt semi-bold, 12 pt, sorry, semi-bold, with simply this text in green. So I'm going to take this one, I'm going to duplicate it and paste it up so that it is sent just below. I'm going to simply copy this one, so I can paste it here. And this was 12 pt gray, semi-bold, if I remember correctly. And now we simply need to make this 20%. In this case, it's hard-coded, but if you need to add some dynamic data, all you need to do is insert dynamic data, and you can take whatever you want, so current user, income, blah, blah, blah. Depends on your database. But that's basically all you need to do. I'm just going to remove that. And then once you have added your expression with your total income, you can simply go into rich text editor. You take the whole expression, you modify the color, there we go. And now you have access to the hex code, and then you can take the correct color, which is, in this case, success 700, which is this one. So I can copy it, and I can paste it here with the hashtag. And now we have our color. And basically all you need to do. Now, group we're going to rename it group total income. And basically what we didn't do is that we did not group them into another group, so that's fine. We're going to duplicate the group total income, we're going to group it with the group expense, the future group expense, and then we are going to make it to group them into the white tile and remove the formatting from this one. So let's select the two groups. I'm going to group them into a row container. This way they are side by side. All right. But now I need to unstyle them and make them transparent again. So I'm going to select them both and I'm going to change their style to transparent, which is one of the default style made by Bubble. And I'm going to take the group that contains them both and I'm going to add the white tile on this one. There we go. And now I can add some gap between them, sorry. There we go. And so this one will be total expenses. And now I can add a divider, which is a basic shape, so between the two of them. I'm going to make it 1 pixel width, sorry. I'm going to uncheck fixed height, I'm going to remove the min height, and I'm going to make it vertically stretched so that it takes the whole height of the group. And I'm going to set its color to secondary 200, I think. Less than that, secondary 100, probably. Yep. That's all good. Alright, so we have our two groups. Now we can simply modify this to total expenses. Let's say 20,000. I'm going to change the color of this one to be error 700, which is this one. So B7, 11, 12. I'm going to modify here as well. B7, 11, 12. There we go. And that's basically it. We will make it responsive a bit later on. So group income plus expenses. There we go. And now what I need to do is simply to add some gap between each card. So they are all contained within the group left. So I'm going to add 24 of gap. All right. So let's take a look on a wider screen. Yep. That's basically it. That's more or less what we want. I think the gap here, the padding is a bit higher in the design, so maybe we will change it. And the gap between these two as well, probably higher. Yeah, 24 as well. So let's modify that. We are going to modify the padding on each of our white card, which is easy to do because since we created our style white tile earlier, all we need to do is to edit style, go into layout, and modify the padding. 24, 24, 24. There we go. And now I can simply add more gap into this, 24 and 24. So now if you take a look at our preview, we can see that it's much closer to the design we have in the Figma. So that's not too bad. All right, so let's make the last one. This one will be a bit more special because we are going to use a table and I'm going to show you how to make it responsive in two ways. The first one will be to scroll inside of the table, and the other one will be to modify the layout to make them more like cards on very smaller screen, but we'll come back to this later. Okay, so let's go back to Bubble, Google Chrome, there we go. So first thing first, let's add another card. So I'm going to duplicate this one, I'm going to remove the group into them. So there we go, and this will be group transactions history. History. So this one will not be a row, this will be a column because the elements are stacked vertically. So what we need is a title and this type of drawdown that we will not do. This is a date selector, this is not the point of this course. So this one, the title, then the table. So the table is has a header and a list of transactions into them. For the table, we are not going to use the table element in Bubble, which is still in beta and which is pretty much not maintained. Bubble do not seem to have followed the idea, so we are not going to be using it because it's not maintained and it's not, it lacks a lot of functionality. So let's start by adding our title, transaction history, and then let's add a repeating group, because this is what we are actually going to use to make the table. So type of content, in this case, I'm just going to set some text in order to put some dummy data. So arbitrary text, I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm going to split by this. So basically what I do here is that I simply add some basic data, which is a list of numbers. Don't do this if you already have data, you can use it now. So if you want to search for transaction, for example, if your database is structured like this, you can do a search for transaction and use the result of this instead. So based on what you need, you can choose to display 3 or more transactions in this case. Here we are going to stick to the design, but you can display more if you want. So in this case, you're going to select the number of rows. I'm going to set 3. Only 1 column. You will understand why. I'm going to show you why. And we are going to add a separator, I think. Yep. So the separator is this line here between each cell. So we are going to add it and set it to secondary 100. There we go. Now, I'm going to rename the repeating group, transactions. And I'm going to uncheck fit width to content, and I'm going to let the height for now. So basically what we want to do is to add both our header, which are the titles of each column. We are going to add this header into our table, and we are going to add some cells then into the repeating group. And we will only show this header on the first cell of the repeating group, so on the first line. You are going to see why. So I'm going to add a group. This group will be the table header. The container layout will be row because the title of the columns are stacked next to each other one more time. And I'm going to add some text. I'm going to take the titles. So transactions, date, amount, and status. Transactions. And the size 12 pt medium secondary. So 12 pt gray medium. All right. Transaction, date, amount, and status. I think date, amount, and status. There we go. All right. So now the idea, there is a small trick with that. Is that in order to keep everything aligned perfectly in a table, we need to have the min width of each column, each element in the column, so in this case the title of the columns, to have the same min width than the element inside of the column of the group. So we'll go back to this, but for now, let's say that for transaction, I want to have 150 min width. For date, I think 80 pixels will be sufficient. Amount, let's say 80 as well, maybe 90. And for the status, we can say 120. There we go. So for now, we have a little bit of a headache because I'm on a small screen. So I'm going to remove the group height for now. I'm going to make it not visible in order for us to work on the table. And then we'll make it responsive on smaller scale. So the table header, I'm going to remove the min height, and there we go. So we have our header. I'm going to add the group cell, which will be the actual group of the transaction. So this one, the one with the information. So this will be this one. I'm going to add some padding top and bottom. I'm going to rename it cell container transactions. So this will be the group that repeats in our table to display the information of the current transaction. In this case, I'm only displaying dummy data, but if you're displaying data from your database, you can use this. So transaction, I'm going to say bank transfer, and this will repeat itself. So text, bank transfer. Up, there we go. So this is probably 14 pt semi-bold black. So 14 pt black semi-bold. There we go. I'm going to uncheck fit width to content, and now I can add my other information. So we have date amount and status, date amount status, and now as you can see, that's what I was saying earlier, we need to align everything. How do we align everything? We make sure that each element on each column have the same min width in order to align. So we need to have identical min width between transaction and this transaction here, between date and this one here, amount, etc., etc. So I'm going to replace this by, for example, let's say this amount up 120, status, let's say approved. Alright, so now if I want to align everything, we can see that on date I have 80 pixels of min width, so I'm going to put 80 pixels here. On amount I have 90, so let's add 90, and on status I have 120, so let's add 120. Yeah, and that's the one I was missing, so 150, and everything is aligned perfectly. So now that we have aligned everything perfectly, if we take a look at our preview, we can see that now in terms of responsive, we're not going to take care of this one for now. If we take a look of the responsive of our table, well, it's not working as it should. That's fine for now, because we're going to correct this. And if we take a closer look again, we can see that we have the title of each column that are repeating themselves, in the repeating group. So we need to correct that as well. How do we correct that? So for the title, we want the titles to be visible only when they are on the first line of the repeating group. So for that, we are going to add a conditional that says current sales index is 1. So when this group is in the first line of the repeating group, we want it to be visible. But if it's not, we want it not to be visible. So we are going to uncheck visible on page load. And if we take another look, if I refresh, you can see that now it's appearing only on line 1. So I simply have a min height issue here, so I'm going to remove the min height, and I'm going to, no, I think this is fine, and then I probably have some min height here. There we go. Now if we take a closer look to this, you can see that it's way better, and I simply need to add the separator, so style, let's set it to solid, and now we can see that we have our separator. So if we take a look, now it's better. So we can add the icon on the left, some other information, etc., but that's the basic version of the table. However, now if you want to make this table responsive, you can see that right now it is not working as intended, because the way of making a table responsive in Bubble is to scroll into it or change its layout using conditional. In this case, we are going to simply make the user being able to scroll into it. So how do we do that? We need to make sure that the content inside the repeating group, so which is the content inside of the cell, so this one and this one, needs to be higher than the width of the repeating group. So how do we do that? Well, we need to set a min width on each group that will be identical between the table header and the cell container. So how do we know which min width to take? Well, we need to add up the min width of each element into the cell. So now we have 150, 80 pixels, 90, and 120. I don't have a calculator on myself, but we are going to say, for example, 500 pixels and 500 here as well. Now, if we take a look at our repeating group, we can see that now everything's scrollable perfectly, which makes the table usable on mobile. It doesn't mess up the layout of the page, but we can still access the information inside the table. So that's the first way of making a table responsive, is to make sure that the content inside of the repeating groups cell becomes wider than the repeating group itself. Then it becomes scrollable horizontally. So that's basically how we do it. That's it for the table. We are going to work on the responsive of the total income and total expenses, and then we'll move on by adding again the group on the right and making it responsive as well. All right, so if we take a look at the total income and expenses cards, you can see that when the screen becomes narrow, you can see that they are not going on the other line. So why is that? Because we did not set a min width on this group, and therefore they will shrink as much as they can without knowing when to stop shrinking. So we need to constrain them by adding a min width. So usually the min width I set is 280 because it is high enough for them not to have the space to shrink any further, but it is also low enough, small enough, in order to make it not too big on a smaller screen, so for small phones, etc., for example. So now that we set it, hopefully they should be able to go below each other when we want it. So if I shrink the page, you can see that now they are going under each other. The only thing with that is that since we have a divider here, well, we are not going to be able to predict at which breakpoint they are going to go under each other. So what we need to do is we need to force them to collapse when we want it. So how do we do that? Let's take a look at when they collapse inside the responsive viewer of Bubble. So I'm going to select one of them, for example, and now we can see the page width on the bottom left. So if we take a look, this is fine, this is fine, this is not fine. So it seems to collapse at 705 pixels. Now it's fine, 703 actually. So what we are going to do is that we are going to force this collapse with a conditional in order to make sure that we can adapt the divider as well. So what we want to do is simple. We are going to add a conditional on one of the two groups. I'm going to select the first one. We are going to set current page width less than or equal to, let's keep with our breakpoint, 768. I try to always use one of the breakpoints of Bubble when possible, because it makes it easier to track, to maintain, and to remember the breakpoint. So at the breakpoint, we are going to change its min width to 100% in order to make sure that it takes the whole line, which will push the other group under it. So that's for the first one. Now we need to also adapt the divider. So let's add a condition. At the same moment, the same breakpoint, so 768, we want it not to be not to have the whole height, but we want it to take the full width. So we're going to say width, let's say 100%, and in terms of height, I think we can set a max height of 1. And do we see it? We do not see it because now it has a height of 0. So I need to add min height as well. And let's say 1. And now we have our divider. So if we take a look in the preview, I'm going to set it to a bigger page. If we take a look now, we can shrink the page. And there we go. Now it goes below each other. And at 380, which is an average phone, basically, we can see that we are good and they are behaving exactly like they should. So that's good for our left column, because the spending statistic, once you put a graph inside of it, well, it will simply shrink with the ratio, so you don't really need to do much work in terms of responsiveness here. So now we can go ahead and add back the right column in our page, and we are going to work on it. So let's add our right group back. So I'm going to click the eye icon and I'm going to make it visible on page load. And now we are going to add a few more cards. So the balance, which we are going to duplicate from the total income because it's more or less the same layout, just as two buttons on top, and then the spend by category. So let's add the balance. I'm going to add a group. I'm going to simply duplicate this one. So Ctrl C, Ctrl V. I'm going to remove that. That will be your balance. I'm going to remove this. and I'm going to take the total income group, which is the one inside. I'm going to remove that actually, and I'm going to do this your balance. Yeah, we simply have an icon here, so I'm going to remove that. Oops, there is a min width that I don't want here in this case. So let's say 100. Oops, 100. There we go. I'm going to add an icon on the right of the title. This one. That should be dot. Yeah. Let's say in gray 400. I'm going to remove the padding. Oops. And I'm going to set it to 20 pixels. And center it vertical. Okay, so we have our balance here. Let's say that we have 23,000 on our account, USD. There we go. We need this text, which is the same one as this one. It's reused. And then we need to add our button. So we are going to add a group in row that will contain our two buttons. So group. I'm going to call that balance. Oops. Balance buttons. That will be a row with some gap, let's say 16, and I'm going to drop one button inside of it. The first one will be primary medium. Oops, primary medium. It says top up, and I'm going to add an icon as well with a dollar. Let's say this one. There we go. I'm going to up. There we go. I'm going to make it a bit bigger. There we go. Nice. And I'm going to add a secondary medium. It's not exactly the same one, but that's all right. 18, 14, and that was transfer. Now, what I want to do is to uncheck fit width to content so that they each take the same amount of space. And there we go. And now that's it, basically. All right. So for the your balance card, that's it. We can now add the spend by category. So, yep. So I'm going to duplicate your balance. Just going to rename this one. Group your balance. I'm going to duplicate it. So Command D. And that was, sorry, spend by category. There we go. So spend by category. And now we need this type of graph. So same as here, we are going to simply add a chart element from Bubble, but I don't have any data to put into this. So I'm going to say pie, type of data, I don't have any. And that will do the job. So there we go. I'm going to remove this and this. I'm going to remove the group buttons as well. So we have the line chart, we have everything, and now we need to add the categories. So most likely this is some static categories, so we can simply add some group with a shape, a text, and another text for the amount. So let's add one more group here, which will be in group categories. So this will be the group containing all our categories, not the actual category group. I'm going to add another group. And now that will be in group category 1, which is employee salary. Salaries. So this group will be set to row. And let's add an 8 pixel of gap. So I can add a shape. Let's say 8 pixel maybe. I'm going to check the size. So 12, and the text is in 12 pixels except for the amount, which is 14. So 12 by 12. All right, I'll set it to let's say this one, and obviously we'll round it. Oops, 999. I'm going to remove the min height on this one because I don't need it. And now I can drop my text, which will be salaries. which were 12 pt gray medium, I think. Maybe semi-bold. Yeah, semi-bold. 12 pt gray semi-bold. There we go. And now I simply have to add the amount. So that was 14, sorry. And let's say 15 dollars. All right. So I can align everything vertically. So I'm going to center them. This one don't need because it's the biggest one. And now, as we can see, I need to align them all. So what I could do is that I could group the shape and the category title and set the group alignment to space between. That would do the trick perfectly fine. But in this case, all I need to do is to uncheck fit width to content. That will make the categories take all the space it can. And in this case, it's a good thing because we can have a longer category title. So it should be able to take more space. And as a result, this will push the amount to the far right of the group. So that's basically what we need. Now, all we can do is simply duplicate the categories as much as we need. And we are done with this part. So all we need to do now is to add some gap. So I'm going to keep with 24 pixels because that's what we did everywhere. And if we take a look at our preview now, I'm going to remove that. There we go. We can see that we have our cards with our spend by category, etc., etc. So that's basically our dashboard, our first tab for the dashboard, which is done almost, because we need to make sure that it is responsive. Because if we take a look at here, up until now, this is perfectly fine. Fine, 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 not fine, not fine, not fine. So we need to add a breakpoint to make sure that this group, goes below the other one at some point. So let's head over to the responsive viewer of Bubble and let's take a look at where things start to get a bit messy. And we can see that, yeah, at 768, we're already in a bit of a pickle. That's not perfect. I'm going to center vertically this one. Up, there we go. So this is not perfect. So maybe we could set it to 800 pixels because just after that things are starting to get a bit messy. So what we could do is simply take the group left, add a conditional. Let's say that the current page width less than or equal to 800 pixels. We're going to make it take main width 100%. So if we take a look now, there we go. Now we are only one column. But here, since we added a max width of 40%, we need to make sure that this max width is not there anymore on the same breakpoint. So we are going to take our conditional. We are going to add it here. And we're going to say that max width 0. And this way, we are good to go. And now, our first tab in our dashboard is perfectly responsive. If I go there and shrink the page, you can see that it's perfect. What we could do as well is decrease the padding on the left and on the right, because right now we have 24 and I think it's a bit too much on mobile. So let's go back to our editor and say that under 992, we want to modify the padding on the left and on the right, and we want to set it to 16 pixels. This way we gain a little bit of space, and I think it's perfect. So if we take a look now, we shrink, perfect. We can open our mobile menu, we can slide and scroll into our page, and our first tab is perfect. So now, next step, we are going to work on the navigation system. This will be pretty fast in order for us to be able to go from one tab to another, and then we move on to building the transactions tab and the team tab. So, as we said earlier, when building our sidebar, we used what we called URL parameters. URL parameters are a set of key value pairs. So a key is the name of the parameters and value is value. It's something that we can pass in the URL and that we can use in our dashboard. So that's what we are going to use for the navigation system. So basically, what does it look like? Well, in the in the URL, we are going to have this type of thing, tab, and then a tab name that we are going to get, and based on the tab name, we are going to display the relevant group. So when the tab parameter in the URL is dashboard, we want to show this tab. When it is transaction, we want to show the transaction tab that we are going to build just a bit later on, and when it is team, we are going to show the team tab. So that's basically what we are doing. If you remember, we already did a conditional using the tab URL parameter for this tab, these nav items. So we're going to use it as well. How do we do that? Well, we take our first group, which is the tab 1 dashboard, and we're going to hide it by default so that it is not always loaded on the page. And we're going to add a conditional that says when get data from page URL, which is a URL parameter, which data do we want? So which URL parameter do we want to check? We want to check the tab URL parameter is, and then we can simply use the tab that we stored in the data source of each nav tab, in order to complete the condition. So let's say that we want this tab URL to be tab 1 dashboard. We can take the text, which is the data source that we set on this group. Okay. So when this get URL parameter will be dashboard, then we want to make this element visible. So if we take a look at what it gives us, we can see that right now the tab parameter is dashboard. If I said tab equal team, I don't have anything because I'm not on the right tab. So this is working. Now what we need to do is to make sure that each nav tab have the correct workflow in order to take us to the good tab. So we're going to add a workflow on each tab that is going to say go to page. The page in this case is dashboard. We're going to add more parameters to a page to send URL parameters into the page. You can send as much parameter as you need, but in this case we only need the tab, which will be this group text, and that's all. So we can copy this action now and put it on each of our tab. And since everything is dynamic, well, it will work perfectly. So now I can add workflow. There we go. And now, if I take a look at the preview, I can go on the dashboard, I can go in the transaction tab, on the team, etc., etc. I did not add the workflow to the other tab because we won't be using them, but basically, that's how it works. So now that we have a working navigation system, we can move on to tab number 2, which is the transactions tab, which is basically a wider and a little bit more detailed version than this one, but we'll be spending a little bit more time because it's important to know how to make tables in Bubble and obviously how to make them responsive. If you want to check a little bit more on how to make repeating group horizontally responsive, which is what we are doing in tables, you'll find in the link resources below a link to a tutorial I made that shows you how to do this a little bit more precisely. But we'll be doing it in this course as well. But if you want to check it as well, feel free to do it. It's free and it's on YouTube and you have a written version on it. So let's jump back into Bubble. We are going to add another tab. So what we are going to do is simply add a new group. So no need to duplicate this one. I'm going to add another group and I'm going to drop it here and rename it. So tab 2 dash transactions. And same as we did earlier for the tab dashboard, we want to reuse this conditional and put it here and just change the tab number, which is tab 2 transaction, and take its text. So this way, when the tab URL parameter is the same as the one in this data source, which is the tab 2 transaction, then our group tab 2 transaction will be visible, and we need to make sure that it is not visible on page load, so we need to uncheck this. Alright, so now what we can do is simply add a new group, which will be our main group, so group main container or main transaction, something like that. Main transactions, and we're going to set it to white tile. There we go. So now I'm just going to reuse a few elements from here. So I'm going to, yeah, maybe we can duplicate this one. There we go. So now I can hide it. And I'm going to set the title and this as well. That will be not bad. So transactions, there we go. So we have our title and something like that. And now we can add our repeating group, which will be the repeating group that will show all our transactions. So layout, we are going to not fit width to content. We are going to set an unlimited amount of rows. And I'm going to create a few transactions in my database in order to use a real data type that will be easier to follow. All right, so we've added our repeating group. Now what we can do is send data into it. So this time I've created a transaction data type, which has a few fields. So basically for demonstration purposes, so not something too complicated. So we have an amount field that is a number, a date field, transaction type, and status, which are option sets. So we have status completing, pending, on hold. Transaction type, bank transfer, PayPal, online payment, you name it. You can add as many as you want. Sorry. So what we are going to do in this case is set the type of content to a list of transactions, and we are going to do a search for transactions. This will get all my transactions. This is a demo app, so if you need to add constraint to find only a transaction for specific user, etc., do it here. It's important. And I'm going to sort them by date, and descending will be yes, in order to make them to make the most recent ones be on top of my repeating group. There we go. So I'm going to have a similar design than earlier. So I'm going to add a separator. That will be secondary 100. I'm going to remove the min height of row. I'm going to set it to 20. This way I can control it in the cell. And I'm going to rename my repeating group transactions. All right. So there we go. Now I can add some group into my repeating group. The first one will be my table header, as we did earlier. So this will be a row because the column title, from the title of the column will be next to each other horizontally from left to right, once again. So I'm going to add my first text. I'm going to set it to 12 pt, I think, 12 pt gray medium. So the first one will be transaction. I'm going to uncheck fit width to content to let them expand each other, and then I will control them with the min width, just like we did earlier in the previous tab. I'm going to set them in caps, transaction. There will be the amount, the date, and the status. Amount, date, and status. There we go. We will be adding the min width a bit later on, but right now I'm gonna set the min height to 0 so that it takes as little space as possible in height. And I'm going to add the same conditional we did earlier, which is the current sales index is 1. This element is visible. This is to make sure that the header of the table is only visible one time in all the table. And by default, I'm going to hide it. There we go. So now we have a first version of our table header. We're just going to add some min width, on the headers. So I'm going to say 180 on transaction, for the amount 100. For the date, let's say 100 as well, and for the status 120 as well. There we go. I'm going to add some padding, some gaps, between the title and the table. There we go. And now we can add the actual information in our cell. So that will be the transaction container. I'm going to call it like this. Transaction container. So this will be the group that actually contains the information about the transaction. So this will be this group, this one, which is holding everything. So let's make it a bit more detailed. This time, sorry. So I'm going to set it to row. There we go. I'm going to add the first group, which will hold the transaction type, actually. So row. I'm going to add an icon into it. There we go. Let's say bank, probably. I'm going to set it to success 700, I think. I'm going to remove the padding as well by default. And let's say 20 pixel by 20 pixel for the size. All right. And now I'm going to group this icon in an align to parent container. We'll have the same dimension here, which is 36 by 36. So 36, 36. I'm gonna make it, fixed width and fixed height. I'm going to give it some color, so flat colors for the background. And let's say something quite light. Success 100 should do the trick. All right. And this, I'm gonna make it a fill icon instead. That will be a bit better, kind of. All right, so that was the bank type, the transaction type, transaction type. And there we go. And now next to my icon in my group transaction, I can add my text. I'm going to put some dummy text right now that will say bank transfer. For example, I'm going to set it to 16 pt black medium. I'm going to center it vertically. Now, in my group transaction, I'm going to add some gap. Let's say 10. And I'm going to set the same min width than here, so 180. This way, when we will be finished, when we have finished to add all the columns, everything will be aligned as it should. So if we take a look at the other columns, I don't actually need a group because it's a simple text here, here, and here. But for this one, I'm going to need a group in order to group both the shape and the title here. So let's copy this text, and I'm going to paste it to the correct group, which is this one. So I'm going to paste it, and then I'm going to duplicate it. And then for the first one, I'm going to remove the fit width to content on this one as well. I forgot that. There we go. And now I'm going to set the same width, the same min width for each other. So 100. This one for the date 100 as well. And then for the last one, I can duplicate this group and name it status, so that I don't have to create a new group, set it to row, etc., etc. And what I can do is that I'm going to reuse this one, but into it, I'm going to add a shape. You understand why? So let's say 10 in order to remake that. So as we can see, I have this one which is 8 by 8 and the other one which is 16 by 16. So what I can do is 16, 16. This one is 8 by 8 and is probably success 700. I think that will do the trick. Up, there we go. And now I can send this group to the last column. And make sure, obviously, that this group has the same min width as the last column, so 120. And there we go, everything is correctly aligned. So that's already done. What I need to do is to add some padding top and bottom in order to separate each column from each other, so that it's clean and well aligned. And now I can send the data from a repeating group to each text in the repeating group. So what I need to do is to make sure that the data is communicating all the way from the repeating group to each group, all the way down to each text. So right now I have my repeating group, I have my group here, which is group transaction container. I have the group table header, but I don't need to send dynamic data into it because it's just static title, so I don't need to take care of that. But the group transaction container, I need to send the transaction. And transaction I'm going to send is the current sales transaction. I'm going to make the same here for the group that contains both the icon and the title here, because I need to pass the transaction to this text. So parent group transaction. And now on this text, I can insert dynamic data, parent group transaction, and I can say the type. And since this is an option set, I'm gonna select the display, which in this case could be bank transfer, PayPal, or online payment, I think. So that's it. I'm going to now do the same for the amount. So parent group transaction amount, formatted as, I'm going to say currency. So decimal place, I'm going to say two number after the decimal separator, blah 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 blah, and currency. Currency is a dollar. There we go. And I like to add a canvas placeholder to see what I'm doing. There we go. So that's what it looks like. The date, same parent group transaction, date, formatted as, there we go, 40125. And for the status, once again, we have a group here that contains both items. So I need to make sure that the transaction comes from the repeating group all the way to each group to go to the text. And in this case, parent group statue, there we go, display, because it's an option set. So I take the correct field from the option set. Let's say on hold for now. There we go. Now I have some min height on these two groups, so I'm going to remove it because I don't need them in this case, especially on this one. So let's remove it, and let's align it vertically. Same for this one. Everything is good, everything is good. All right. So now if we take a look at our preview, I'm going to just remove the min height. There we go. I don't think we forgot to do anything. So if we take a look at our preview, let me refresh. So now we're on the tab dashboard. If I go on the tab transaction, we can see that I have my transactions. So PayPal, online payment, bank transfer, I have my amounts, etc., etc. So now you can do everything you want with this table. We are just going to make it responsive. So how do we do that? That's what we did earlier. First possibility, we simply make it scrollable horizontally when the screen is too narrow. So if I take a look, oops, if I inspect the page and I take a look at this, once the screen gets too narrow, I need the table to become scrollable horizontally. So the best way to do this is simply to take each group in the repeating group, and to say, let's for example, you set a min width of let's say 600 pixels. Same for the other group, 600. This way, when I shrink the page, we can see that now it becomes entirely scrollable. So that's a perfectly fine way to make it responsive on its own. What we could do is go a little bit further and make the layout of the repeating group change a bit. So maybe we can make a card out of this, or we can make each element go to the next line, for example. In this case, I'm not sure it would be good, but let's try it to see what it could give us. So basically, what we would like to is to, let's say, first we will need the header amount, the header in the table to not show anymore. So let's see a responsive breakpoint. I'm going to check tab 2 transaction. Let's see the breakpoint on which it would be good to make each element go to the next line. For example, we could make the date go below the bank transfer and the amount, and same for the status. We could make them go to the next line. So if we take a look at how we could do that, let's first remove the conditional that we applied, sorry, not the conditional, the min width that we applied on this one. And we are going to make sure that we hide the header under a specific breakpoint. So let's say that we choose the 768 pixel breakpoint, so less than 768 pixels. We are going to hide the header so that it will not show even if the current set index is 1. Now, under 768 pixels, what we could do is add a conditional on this. We would change the min width of this one, and the goal is to find the min width that will make it possible only for 2 items to be on the line. For now, I want only the group, transaction type, and the amount to be on the same line, and I want the two other one to go to the next line. So what I could do is say, for example, 40%, do the same for the amount, and the same for each other. This way, everything's aligned perfectly. All I need to do is add some gap between each row. So I can do that by simply going into the container that contains each element and add some gap in a row. So let's say 16. This way we separate each other. And now that we're like this, on a smaller breakpoint, we can even go further and say, okay, when I'm under, let's say 500 pixels, I want each of this one to be on a single line, on each line for each. So let's do that. So 100 pixels, so that I'm sure that there can only be one item per line, and same for this one. And there we go. So now, if we take a look at our preview, you can see that now, if I shrink my page, at some point, the element will go below the other, and my other disappears as well. And now I don't need to scroll anymore into my page. I can simply change the layout of my repeating group to create a better experience for the user. It does not need to scroll into the group to make sure that it can find and see all the data in it. So that's another way to make a table responsive. In this case, we did it without any design, etc. So it's not particularly beautiful, but that illustrates the points that you can, with some conditionals, do pretty much all you want with your repeating group and your tables. So that's it for the transactions tab. It was simply to illustrate this point. And now we are going to move to the team tab, which is to learn how to make a repeating group adapt the number of columns automatically without any conditional. All right, so last tab from our project is now to build the team tab. Basically, this is just to illustrate how you can make a repeating group automatically change its number of columns based on the item it is containing. Why is it important? Because on many projects, you'll have something like this. For example, this is a real estate project. This is a project of mine, on which you have several columns with some cards into it. But based on the screen width, you need it to collapse at some point, as you can see here, in order to make it adapt itself to each column. So this is supposed to be done automatically, and there is a way to do that I'm going to show you. You could do it with conditionals by saying under this page width, I want it to go from 3 columns to 2, etc. But this is not the best way and the most automatic way to do this. So let's jump into Bubble, and first we are going to design our team tab, which will simply be a repeating group with a list of team members with some cards with this layout. So a white card, same as we did for the transaction, but each card will have its own white card. Each team member will have its own white card, and then we need the card to collapse and to adapt the number of columns of the repeating group automatically. So let's get started. So let's get started on the last tab of this project. So first, we are going to hide this one and add a new group to our page wrapper. So there we go. So group tab 3 teams. Let's remove this. And we'll update the conditional to this. There we go. So we paste, we copy and paste, sorry. So tab 3, team, text. And we will hide it by default. All right. So now in this tab, we simply want a title for the name of the tab and a repeating group that will display a list of members, which is a data type I created that simply lists some members, so their department, first name, job title, and their last name. Basically, that's it. Not really the important part here, but let's get a title here, for example. I'm simply going to take the text. I'm going to paste it here. There we go. So this is going to be team members I'm going to add some gap in order to separate it from the title, 32. And now I can take a repeating group. I can drop it here. Repeating group team members. I'm going to uncheck fit width to content to make sure that the repeating group takes the whole width it can, so the whole width of the page in this case. And I'm going to make sure that I can display several columns next to each other. I don't want a set fixed number of rows because I could have hundreds of team members, for example. And I also don't want a fixed number of columns because I want it to adapt automatically. So I'm going to uncheck that. And as soon as you uncheck that, we can see that we have some new possibilities and some new properties that we can set. And the one we need in this case is the wrapped horizontally. What does it mean? It means that wrapped horizontally when means that the cell of the repeating group will expand or shrink based on the width of the repeating group, and that once a cell do not have the space it needs to shrink, it will go to the next line by removing a column in the repeating group. So for example, if we have 3 columns in the repeating group, that the page becomes too small and that can only contain 2 columns, well, the repeating group will change its number of columns automatically and send the other element below the other. So that's basically what we did earlier with the min width and the conditional on the other groups, but now it's done automatically by the repeating group. And all we can do is simply set some gap between the row and between the columns. I'm going to, that's fine. And now what I can do is simply add a group to my repeating group. I'm going to set it to be a white tile. And now I can add some content into it. So what content do we want? We are going to be adding some sort of banner here just to decorate. So let's remove the padding. We're going to add it a little bit differently. So I'm going to add my banner, which will be this one. It will be on top of my card. So group banner. There we go. So I'm going to set a default background color for now, and then you can add an image if you want, etc. What I want to do, however, is to define each border independently in order to make sure that the banner has the same roundness as the group it is in. So top left, top right, bottom right and bottom left I don't need because the banner will have another element with the information under there. So let's add another group. I'm going to add it next to the banner, which will be the team member or the member info. Member information. I'm going to do it. All right. So same as before, I'm going to add to define the bottom right. No, sorry, I don't need that because we'll have some padding. So I'm going to add some padding onto this. So I'm going to add some top padding bottom left and right because I'm going to add the text inside of this. What I'm going to do, however, is that I'm going to set on the repeating group a min width for columns. So this is the minimum width of each column of this repeating group, which by default will be the min width, sorry, of each card for each member, because the cards that we have in our repeating group expand to the full width of the cell of the container. So let's set it to, let's say, 300 pixels. Now we can see that we already have a bigger card. So now we can see what we do. So let's, for example, add the first name and the last name. So John Doe. Let's set it to 16 pt black semi-bold, for example. I'm going to uncheck min width. This way, if the member has a really long name, it will expand as much as it can and it will not cause layout issues. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to set its job title. So gray, so let's say marketing manager. And now we can add an image on top of that. This will be a very basic design. It's simply to illustrate and to show you how you can do that. So 64, let's say, and I'm going to make it round. There we go. And I'm going to take this one, for example. Yeah, it's a bit blurry, but that will do. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to group these two in order to make them stick together, and then I'm going to add some gap between the image and the job title. All right, for the banner, I'm going to add some min height, not that much. All right, now what I can do is simply to add some negative margin on the image, because what I want to do is to have this type of effect with the image that goes on top of the banner. So if we add some negative margin, you can see that all the group is going up. And now we can see that this is what we want. So the image has some opacity for some reasons. This probably comes from the image. But what I can do is that, and now if I want to have the same effect as in the design with the white border, I can add a border, set it to, for example, 4 pixels of width, and add it in white. All right, so now we have our cards. I can set the type of content and the data source on my repeating group. So the type of content I want to show here are my members, and I'm going to do a search for members. There we go. And now all we need to do, same as earlier, is to pass the data from the repeating group to each piece of text in each group. So members, I'm going to send the current sales members. In the banner, sorry, I don't have anything to display, but I'm going now into member, parents group members, which is the data source from the group YZ, and the image, I could show the profile picture if I had one. In this case, I don't, but for each of the text, parent group members, and now into John Doe, I can say that I want to display parent group member first name, and parent group member last name. I'm going to say to add a canvas placeholder, and now I can display as well its job title up, and set a canvas placeholder as well to see what I'm doing. All right, so now if we take a look at our dashboard, if I go into the team in the team tab, we can see that everything is responding correctly. The only thing we need to do now is to enable the stretch colon to fill horizontal space in order for the repeating group to occupy all the space, even if the number of cells is not enough. So as we can see here, we have a gap. Due to that is that the repeating group is not expanding the banner as it should, just because of that. So now we can see that everything is behaving correctly, and everything is already responsive, which is what we want, basically. So we made a repeating group automatically responsive in just a few minutes, and that's what I wanted to illustrate, because you are going to encounter this use case quite oftenly in Bubble, so it's important to really master this. And there you go. Now you know how to build a complete landing page and a complete dashboard in Bubble. We covered most of the common patterns that you will encounter responsively, and now with all this knowledge, you should be able to make your app truly responsive, because you now know how to handle min widths and responsive conditionals, so you should be set to build any app responsively. I hope you liked this course. If you did, feel free to tell me by email or contact me via LinkedIn, and if you have any question, feel free to ask me as well. I will be happy to help. I hope you liked it. See you. Bye.